So we essentially last left off with you guys calling it a night, and then picking up from there. You're basically, each of you is awoken to a tray sitting on the table next to your bed with muffins on it of various kinds
Cool.
and a cup of tea.
Sweet.
Wait a minute.
Does
I would like to
Nikolai
examine
remember to
this.
not drink the tea?
Tom, high or low?
Nice, sweetie cat.
I don't know if Tom heard me.
Oh, no, I did not.
High or low, bud?
Oh, fuck. You know what? Mongo got some information last game. He's not in the best headspace, so we'll pick low.
All right.
And
You
watch
wake
her
up.
roll a natural 20.
You wake up, Mongo, and you have a sandwich in your hand, and the smell immediately hits you from said sandwich,
Oh, God.
and it's warm.
What? Oh, no. Oh, what the fuck did I make? What kind of mood was I in when I went to sleep?
You can do an investigation on it.
Oh, let's do an investigation on this. That button and this button. Okay, that's a lot of shock. That's a 9.
You say, what better way to investigate the sandwich other than taking a bite of it?
Oh, this
Becoming a
sounds like
true artificer.
And you just take a bite of the sandwich. The bread crunches between your teeth as you just hit the filling, and you can
Something
taste.
tells me I hit the ceiling.
You bite into the sandwich. The bread is crunchy. You're like, that's not a bad start. And then you taste the bread, and it's overly salty, like someone mixed up the sugar and the salt. And then you hit the actual insides of the sandwich, and you hit the durian spread. That's like a mayonnaise.
I'm sorry, the fucking what?
Okay. There's a 50-50 shot that'll either taste really good or absolutely fucking rancid.
Well, she's mad at me because I caused this to be late, so I'm going with the latter.
And you get that taste, and then the taste of the actual filling hits you. Hot, slightly old tuna mixed with horseradish and gorgonzola cheese with raisins.
Oh.
The hell was going through Mongo's mind?
This is a sandwich only created by an unhappy mind.
And that smell rolls up the back of your throat into your nose, stinging a little bit.
Oh. That sounds pretty terrible.
Oh, Christ, does he enjoy it?
I don't know, do you?
This sounds like regret.
I mean, he might like the tuna part being a cat, but I don't know about anything else.
No, if tuna and raisins go together, bud.
And also durian and horseradish.
I can tell you right now, durian, it would not go good with horseradish. That's for damn sure. Holy shit, that sounds terrible.
What kind
And-
of fucking dream did I have? Or Mongo
And,
have?
As you're sitting there, Mongo, you realize that the bread was filled with cilantro.
Yummy.
Oh, good. Now it also tastes like soap. I apologize to the cilantro lovers. To me, it tastes like soap. I'm sorry.
It's 50-50
I
for
have
me.
the gene too. It tastes like soap as well. It tastes like spicy borax.
Ew.
For me, it's 50-50.
I like
Doesn't taste
cilantro,
like
so
vanilla decide on anything.
Like, one time I eat it, tastes like cilantro. Other time I eat it, tastes like soap. That's great. Russian roulette with food.
Cilantro tastes like spicy soap, and then I can't do horseradish because I can't handle how it makes my nose feel.
Hmm.
It's too intense. It's not the taste doesn't bother me. It's just how it makes my nose feel right
Oh, yeah.
here.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
ended.
Oh yeah, no, you get a little too much horseradish. The top of your head's getting blown the fuck off.
Our grocery store up here has a ghost pepper horseradish.
Nope.
So 2 different kinds of extreme heat.
I'm willing to try it.
Yeah, so am I.
I'm not.
Cayenne, as you're waking up, you see the silver like plate, serving plate, and it's got various different kinds of muffins on it and a nice cup of warm tea.
I am checking out the tea because I know we were told not to drink it.
Do an investigation on it. You can do an investigation because I know you wanted to examine the muffins there.
I got a 18.
18. You examine the tea and kind of look it over, and you kind of go through your examinations on it. And you conclude that it is safe to drink. It is a strangely weird lavender vanilla tea with a hint of black pepper on the end.
that actually sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I would fucking try that.
Angelo, you were going to do an investigation on the muffins.
I was gonna do it on the tea since I know we were not supposed to drink the tea.
You said muffins earlier.
Technically it was gonna be both because I wasn't sure.
Okay, go for it.
12.
You examine the tea, and you realize it's just warmed up blood.
Yummy.
Okay. Let's
And,
take a look at the muffins then.
You pick up a muffin, you look at it, and you kind of feel it's a little squishy, like it's been soaked in something. And you take a bite of it, you feel something pop in your mouth, and you realize these insane people put leeches inside of a muffin for me that are plump with blood.
That sounds horrid. But
The player or the character?
to the character, maybe.
Congratulations. The description that you gave, because I know exactly what it feels like when a leech pops.
Jesse's not happy right now.
My mouth is watering like I'm going to throw up.
Oh,
So,
no.
congratulations.
No, I was just kind of wondering, is my face about the same color as my shirt yet?
I don't
can't
know, you're
tell
frozen.
because you're kind of a slideshow there for me.
You're Mr. Freeze for me, and that's okay.
It's
That's
a
so weird.
wonderful character.
Just chill.
Absolutely is.
Guess I'm having breakfast.
Wait, if I'm Mr. Freeze, does that mean I'm what happened to the dinosaurs?
Nikolai, you
Yes.
just eat a piece of the muffins.
Yeah, I was gonna eat muffins, and I'm wondering if I should or should not drink the tea.
You can do an investigation.
Yeah, do an investigation. because it's not the tea that was served at the table. So 19 on the dice, so that would be like 27.
Uh,
Yeah, 27.
you do your investigations on the tea and the muffins.
Mhm.
You're perplexed at the tea because it seems perfectly safe. It looks perfectly safe. You take a sip of it, and it kind of almost tastes like a distilled motor oil mixed with Parmesan cheese.
That's disgusting. Ew. Why?
And the muffins themselves are like various versions of cheese muffins.
All right, that's fine.
Alright, those
But
be
the
good.
Those could be good.
But the tea itself is bringing up more questions than answers.
Yes, like... Ew. Study its properties to see if it's of any use. May I?
Yeah. Do your artificer stuff.
I just smacked the shit out of my elbow on my desk. That hurt.
17.
Don't get in a fight with your desk.
It could be used as some form of lubricant if it's boiled down a little bit.
All right. Just put it in a jar or a vial and drink some coffee.
Angelo, you pick up on it first that it almost feels like you're not alone, that you're being watched by something. That strange feeling of not being alone from home.
Is it a familiar feeling?
No, it's actually unsettling.
Hmm. That's weird. Okay.
Gotta walk all over my dice, don't you?
Be helping.
This is okay. This is fine. I mean, it's not, but we're okay.
So, as each of you partake in the food provided, Mongo, do you eat the muffins instead of your sandwich?
Oh yeah, no. After taking a bite and figuring out what the fuck is wrong with the sandwich and questioning why I hate myself so much, I'm basically shoving the nearest edible thing that I can recognize into my mouth to try to get rid of that fucking taste.
You grab one of the muffins, you shove it into your mouth, and you take a bite, and it's filled with peanut butter, and suddenly your mouth is just filled with peanut butter top to bottom.
It's better than whatever that sandwich is.
Yeah. Kind of wished I had some peanut butter in.
It's a salty, honey, delicious peanut butter.
Shit. Honey roasted peanut butter is one of my favorites.
Heck yeah.
And as you guys eat a little bit of food, the door to your quarters opens, and nobody comes in. The doors are just open now.
Pack up my stuff and find out who's responsible for making this tea. Ask them why.
What about the rest of you?
Go ahead and step out, look around.
You see Nikolai.
Hello, Nikolai.
Hello.
Anyone else awake yet?
I just stepped out my door. I don't know.
Feel like
So-
you're being watched?
Well, you are looking at me right now, aren't you?
Well, I mean by something else.
I don't know. Did I get any sense of being watched?
Yes, but I'm not sure by what.
Asking the GM. Nikolai, have any sense of being watched?
Nope.
It's like, I don't know, bud. Might be that incredible bond you have with your master.
No.
Why do I just hear
that's-
smooth jazz?
I always feel like somebody's watching me. But no, this doesn't feel like Lord Victor's gaze. This is something else.
Mongo, as you walk out, you hear that.
Doesn't feel like it could be any worse then.
I'm sorry, I missed an awful lot. Is my mouth still filled with peanut butter?
It's all over your face now.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to speak. It probably ain't gonna work too well.
You can hear Mongo trying to make words, but his mouth is filled with peanut butter, and you're just hearing like it's almost like a gag. Of peanut butter.
What's wrong with you, brother?
It appears the cat has caught his own tongue. Are you
Mongo, do
okay,
an
Mongo?
insight.
Yeah, I'm gonna look for something to drink.
Here,
Try to
I'll hand you
clear
my
out
tea.
some of the-
Try this.
Oh no. Do you drink Nikolai's tea?
Can't be any worse than the sandwich. Yes, I guess so.
You get
That's
hit by
cruel.
the Parmesan motor oil.
And yes, it's not just me laughing. Nikolai struggling. Gripping the jar back and putting it away. That's what they. Why did they give me this?
You know when a cat gets a hold of something that they don't like, and it's just like, yeah, that. Except now he's
This
also
is-
like kind of cleaning and realizing there's peanut butter over his face. Just going to flick some of that at Nikolai while he goes to find something potentially better to drink.
Hmm.
Cayenne, do you leave your room carrying all the noise outside?
Yeah.
Hi, cheesy cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, you come out to the brothers being brothers and the mayhem that they're causing with each other.
Why do I hear the subtext of the brothers being idiots?
Cayenne is just sipping her tea as everything unfurls out here.
So either you like the taste of motor oil, or they didn't give you garbage, or they gave you something more tasty.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's tea.
My tea was disgusting. You want to taste it?
No.
I don't know why they gave it. It tastes like motor oil or something. It's gross.
They probably think you drink motor oil.
Disgusting.
Going back in my room and looking for something to drink.
Do an investigation.
And that button. That's slightly better. 24.
You don't really find anything that's useful to drink, but you do see a basin where you can wash your face, and you're like, fuck it, good enough.
Yep. Cleaning the old-fashioned way.
So what are you guys doing?
Cleaning.
Take we exit out into like a hall or a pathway of some sort.
Upper balcony, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Cayenne's gonna get up and about and see what is in the area what we need to do for the day.
Yeah, we're
That
looking
was Kyan's
for.
plan.
We're in like Allison's camp, right, or something, right?
Yeah, you're in Alice's camp and you're in one of the mushrooms. It's essentially the guest mushroom.
Okay. So look out, see if I see anybody that was at the tea party that I recognize.
You see that they are currently partaking in tea.
Well, is Alice down there?
He is not.
Okay. So I'll holler down, I guess, to the Hatter or the White Rabbit, whoever I recognize, whoever I actually spoke with before.
Well, they're outside. You're inside.
But you said we exit out to an outer balcony.
Outer balcony inside.
Oh, okay. Then I will leave and go to the tea party.
Outer balcony inside. And that sounds
I think she's
crazy.
looking
What-
for the word landing.
How big are these mushrooms from the outside compared to how they are inside? Is it like one of those situations of it's bigger inside?
You've never seen a mushroom this big.
Well, geez,
Okay.
yeah.
That's fair.
What's up, buddy?
Question:
Does Mongo like Cayenne?
Has Mongo seen one this big?
Mongo has seen one this big.
Ah. I wonder.
Yeah, so I'll go down and go to the tea party and ask where Alice is.
Okay.
Cayenne's going down just to go out and about to see if there's anything that needs done or what the plan is. Otherwise, she's gonna at least look at the camp nearby to see if like there's any like mushrooms or any plants she could harvest to take with her.
Okay. So, yeah, you guys start to head out, and Mongo, you catching up to the group. Nikolai, you're in the front. You just about to get to the door, and Alice steps in front of you, putting her hand on the door, keeping it closed.
Oh. Well, I was coming to look for you, so. Is it very obviously that she does not want us to leave the house right now?
She just simply brings her hand up and goes,
Okay. What's wrong?
and you hear outside some of the teacups being shuffled around, and you hear Anne outside, and you hear him. He's like, "I'm not waiting any longer. It is rude to keep your guest waiting."
Ah.
Now, if you can present me with Alice so I can ledger my complaints and get my servants back so I can take them where they need to go so they can service me better. That'd be great! And each of you hear this discussion going on past the door.
How much does Mongo remember of what Kippa told him?
All of it, because you pay
Beyond
attention to what Kippa says.
Yeah, but is Mongo keeping his cool right now?
understanding.
I'm pretty sure that Cayenne would football you if she noticed you were starting to get a little spicy.
Yeah, 'cause Cayenne is already having that struggle herself.
And
Considering I'm pretty sure that she's having a consistent burning in her fucking arm being around this piece of shit.
Whether it be psychosomatic or actual, right?
and you can see through the stained glass door a very distorted image of what is going on beyond where you're at. And the Alice motions you guys over to a window so you can have a better view of what's going on without being seen.
Okay. Follow her lead.
If you want, Cayenne, since you've been the most curious, you can do a perception on her.
That's a 22.
Nice.
As you head over to the window, you take a look at her, and she's just basically wearing a blouse and her slacks right now. She doesn't have any of her armor on, and you can get a better look at the various scars that she carries with her. The rope scars around her neck, the cuts along her arm, and it brings up more questions than anything, you Cayenne. I'm going to send you a message of something else that you notice about her.
Okay.
So, you guys watch outside as the Hatter, he sits at the table, and a few others kind of look over, and the rest of the citizens of Alice's group just kind of watch Hatter's reaction, and Pan stands on the table and kicks a teacup. He's like, I'm not here for fun and games. I want what is mine, and I'm tired of Alice playing games. And Hatter just sits there, and you see him set down his teacup, and he grabs his cane and moves it to in front of him, and he's like, Hatter just leans forward, and he's like, games, dear boy. There are no games here. Simply madness. And you see him tilt his head a little bit. And I didn't invite you to the tea party. None of you. And you can see on either side of the table, the Lost Boys are flanking the table, kind of moving forward to encircle Hatter and his group. And,
Are the windows able to be open?
Nope. And Hatter moves his hands a little bit and brings the cane up and slams it down. He's like, I don't enjoy uninvited guests to my table. And you just see chairs come up from the ground and wrap around each of the Lost Boys and yank them into darkness. And you can hear a few of them screaming.
Hey.
And Alice is like, they're not dead, just displaced. We're aware that they're innocent. And Pan looks around and he's like, you vile, stinky pirate of a man. I'm going to kill you now. You heard my tribe, my lost boys. And you see Pan lunge at the Hatter, and the Hatter just simply doesn't even move, and you can see the strange little one of the characters had moved, and it looks like a hair, and he has his shield in front of the Hatter, and it blocked the blow from the sword. And yeah, things seem to be getting really serious outside.
Yeah.
And Hatter finally stands up and he's like, tisk, tisk, tick, tick, tock. It appears that you, my old nemesis, need to learn your place permanently. And you can see Hatter growing taller and more demonic in nature. And the space around the actual table in the woods just grows darker.
No, he's mine.
You hear that, Cayenne? Cayenne's like, nah, bitch, he's mine.
Well, lights flickered for a second.
And Alice is like, well, it appears it's time for our game, unfortunately. Shall we join the tea party?
Out the door.
So we're going to take care of him now?
Well,
Not quite what I had planned, but oh well.
it appears
As you
that
wish.
the Archfey has gotten a little rebellious in his place.
Alrighty then. Yeah, not like we ever actually planned anything, so.
And
It's not like we have any fucking time to plan anything, dude.
Sometimes you just
Points to literally everything happening out the window. Does it look like we have any goddamn time to fucking plan anything?
Nope.
No? No?
Nope.
Okay, we're going.
we're going now.
Alrighty then.
Some of us are gone.
So, already gone.
I need y'all to roll initiatives.
Yep.
Well, fuck. Okay. Like, there
Well,
was
Alrighty.
all
going
kinds of
closer
things I
to
was.
the back. I got a 3.
Oof.
15.
Hold on.
Modified 20.
Nice.
Hold on. I gotta find people on the initiative list here. I am 3. 15 for the vampire. What about you, Manga?
Modified 20.
Oh. What about you, Nikolai?
17. Don't forget about Ace.
I already got Ace.
Okay.
That's right, Biddy.
Dear God, the initiatives. They're all over the place.
And it's just Rooster right now.
His lost voice has been taken away.
Excuse me.
Not much you can do there.
And a few cards off the table. Good.
Okay, I'll just have to deal with this because fucking laggy as shit at the moment. Okay. So, Mongo, as you run out the door, Ace goes right past you, goes right over Hatter, and oh my god, why? Oh my god, okay. Alright, so apparently that's how we're starting this game. So, Ace got a natural 20
Nice.
on his
Oh, yeah.
initiative. And then both of his attacks, he got a natural 20.
Damn.
Good boy, 8. Good boy.
Rooster's gonna get pounded a little bit here.
Yeah, I'm not used to having to roll this many dice for Ace.
Ace smash.
Like, holy shit. Yeah. Let's see. Start planning out what you guys are going to do on your initiative.
Already ahead of you.
Shit.
Well.
Ace.
Do have one question.
Yeah. What's that question?
Oh, I'm typing.
You see Ace go flying over Hatter in a very dynamic way and just lands the first punch directly in Rooster's face, sending him back, and then brings his other hand around into a fury of blows, knocking Rooster completely off the table. Doing a fancy intimidation pose for a whole 124 points of damage off the rip.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's see. Oh my gosh, there's so much. So Ace says basically just fucking raw Rooster. There we go. That's how guys before, but oh well. I'll just get it. Mongo, you're up next.
Oh, I think I'm gonna mold Earth.
You do not know that one.
The cantrip?
What you sent me.
Neither of them?
You do actually know the second one.
All right, that'll work. Gonna start drawing part of that.
All right. With Mold Earth.
Yeah. There's a cantrip that that button. Get that out of the way. Draw. Yeah, the cantrip mold earth. And we'll start drawing that symbol.
All right. It's gonna take you a little while, but you can definitely work on that.
Yep. Gonna take a couple of turns and do that.
The real kicker is the fact that the villain of this story has rolled a 1 on
Nice.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's how the GM gets completely fucked during combat.
Seems to happen a lot. I'm not going to complain.
Hey, he's got to do something at least.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, he's. You see, Hatter watch as this happens, and he looks over in the direction of Rooster, and he kind of tilts his head a little bit. There was once a cock that put itself in an open slot, and in that open slot, it got broken off. Snap goes the cock. No longer hard it is.
Oh, fuck. This is necessary.
The look on Tom's face says it all.
And you each gain a D6 inspiration.
Oh, God.
Who does?
Each of you.
Should
Oh,
I have the one from
Take
the
it.
other time to do this inspiration stack?
They do.
Okay, cool.
Okay, for a second there, I thought Ace just. You said he punched him twice. I was wondering if he just turned his nutsack into a speed bag.
Nikolai, you're up, and then it's
So I have a couple questions to verify what I'm going to do.
Yep, and then it's Angela.
Okay, so I forget when casting through a familiar or homunculus, can I cast spells that target self, as in on the homunculus?
No.
No. Okay. Alrighty, and then I will call the homunculus over to me, and then I will find a high spot, and if I can get to a high spot in enough time to make an attack with the spell of Holt, I will.
Go for it.
Okay. And considering the fact that I only know how to use iron ball and wadding, it should have some benefit. Uh, 27 for the first hit.
That will hit.
And a 17 or 19 for the second hit.
That does not hit.
A 19 does not hit. All right, cool.
Yeah.
An 11 for the hit that landed.
11 points.
Yep.
Okay. You have done 11 points as you use the spell book.
That's my turn.
Right. Angelo, you're up.
All right. Stepping into there, I'm gonna go ahead, reach up, and start tracing those sigils in the air with those claws, and summon the Lucerne into my hand. As I do, gonna go ahead and activate my mage armor,
All right.
taking on the armor of Victor's Dread Knights.
Okie dokie.
And let's go ahead and let's see. Actually, that's all I'm gonna do.
All right.
I'm just gonna get as close enough as I can.
The Dormouse is going to hold their turn. Alice moves up past you, Cayenne, and you see her just reach into the air and suddenly summon a giant fucking mallet. A giant croquet mallet, and she's like, Pan, you're going to give me my blade back, or I'm going to smash it out of you. And she takes a few steps forward, and you can see that the armor that she was wearing before manifests around her. You see like these almost like different game pieces just come to her and just manifest the armor around her. Now that she's in a combat situation, she just basically spends this round prepping. Cayenne, you're up now.
Cayenne's basically, with glaive in hand, gonna get close enough to cast a moonbeam on this motherfucker.
Oh shit, go for it.
Calling the big guns right off the bat. I like it.
Yeah, no, yeah, cause no, fuck this asshole. I'm not giving them a chance for any retribution. Fuck that. No. We tried this once before. They're not getting another chance. Oh, where'd it go? I literally just had you from my face. Okay. That was 5.
5 to hit?
I
Fine.
hit the wrong thing. That was a D20.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mongo hits you and
It
nudges your.
is.
Let's see, let me go. I haven't looked at Moonbeam in a while. I was not expecting you to pull out a fucking nuclear cannon.
It says it's a concentrate. It's
Yeah, it's concentration on the enemy to maintain it, I believe. Because it's continuous
concentration
damage over
up to
time.
1 minute.
One thing's for sure, it's gonna make him hella easy to hit.
Really, the only thing it says that the attack save is a Constitution of 16.
Okay, got it.
It's basically 5-foot radius, 40-foot high cylinder centered on a point within range. That's all it is. It's not to
So-
like hit anything. It's just to cast it.
Yeah, you still did 5, so.
Yeah.
But you also did something more important than that. So you step forward and you bring your glaive down, almost in a Gandalf type of manner, and you guys watch as the canopy is just shattered as this beam comes down directly on where Pan fell. And you just see it carve into the ground. And you just hold it there, and you're just keeping it focused on where Pan is, and you're going to move it wherever he moves, like an oversized laser pointer of death. You may have done 5 points of damage, but you did reduce his AC by 2 points, dropping it down to 18.
Nice.
Nice.
I did
should
a
help.
thing.
You see the hair stand up from his table, and he takes the tea and he sips it casually, and then tosses the teacup over his shoulder. And you see him adjust his tie, and he adjusts his hat, and he's like, "Our party ruined. Unfortunate timing." You see him taking out various stopwatches, and he's like, "And we're going to do that again." And you guys, you feel time rewind itself briefly, but you can see your guys standing where you're at. You can see yourself casting the moonbeam, but each of you now have an additional action to take for this round.
Nice.
Hmm.
Mongo looks like his brain just got blown up by what the rabbit just cast.
Be handy to know. Be handy
For damn
to
sure.
know.
So, Ace is going to take another turn, and apparently another natural 20.
Rock 'em, sock 'em, ace.
No shit.
Yeah. So you see Ace go over to attack Pan, and he goes to hit him, and you see him just disappear into the moonbeam. And you don't see Ace emerge from the moonbeam.
Well, crap.
Mungo, you're up.
But I got 2 actions.
You get another turn.
Twice the drawing.
All right.
Oh, I got a plan on this one, Chief. Just gonna take me a minute to get it set up. I just hope there's something left by then.
Oh, this isn't your normal fight. Hatter looks over and says, Oh, Rabbit, you should have another turn to wall up this little shit. I didn't take time to measure a box for him.
Won't need one.
Won't need one.
Nonetheless,
Maybe a jar to cover it. To
I
contain
have the
ashes.
measurements for each and every other one of you. Took them on the sly, like a fox. And with that, you each gain 3 AC on top of your current AC.
Holy crap! All right.
All right. I can say no to that.
Nikolai, you're up now.
Okay. Am I still within about 60 feet of the tea table?
You're where you're at with your gun before you fired.
Yeah, but am I still within about 60 feet of the table?
Yeah.
Okay,
You
cool.
haven't moved.
All right. Does it look like there's maybe a cup of tea still sitting on the table, the undisturbed?
There's quite a few, yeah.
All right. I'm going to try to use catapult to launch a cup of tea down Rooster's throat.
All shot.
Good
So roll it at
idea.
disadvantage.
If that's going to fuck up everybody else, it might fuck up him. Alrighty, so attack save.
You're using catapult. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess he might get advantage in making that save.
He most certainly got dead.
Okay. So, yeah, I try to launch a cup of tea down his throat,
Not
or
successful.
at his face at least to get some of it in his face. or something.
Angelo, you're up.
That's it. Do I get to roll damage to hit him at all though?
You didn't hit him at all.
Oh, okay.
We are going to go ahead and I'm gonna point the lucerne at him, the hammer, and cast Hex.
The cheese hammer.
And yep. And then we're gonna go ahead and hex. Let's see here. What are we going to hex?
Should have thought of that before, bud.
We're gonna go ahead and focus on his. Let's focus on his wisdom.
All right.
And yeah.
The dormouse looks over at everybody and says, any of you need to be close to him by any chance?
That would- I do.
Oh, well, how unfortunate. You see her just move happily, and you just suddenly see all the terrain change and shift and become gnarled and twisted, becoming difficult terrain around.
That's
My
fine.
drawing.
Your drawing is fine, but around Mr.
Yeah.
Asshole, it has become difficult terrain.
I don't need to be that close. I think.
You see Alice, she just kind of lines up where he's standing. And she looks over at each of you and she's like, does he need to be easier to strike?
I wouldn't say no.
Definitely wouldn't say
Certainly
no.
Ah,
Certainly won't say no.
I could accommodate that, I think. And you see her just go across the table and slide, and you see this visage of Japan try to move. And she's like, I want my blade back. And she swings this mallet, and you just suddenly see both of Rooster's legs shatter as her mallet meets the kneecaps.
Ow.
And as he's falling to the ground, you see her bring the mallet around to the back of his skull, shoving the front of his face into the ground, sending this large splatter of mess.
Oh, fucking eat dirt, bro. All right.
Cayenne, you are up.
I plan on keeping this moonbeam focused on following Rooster.
All right, go ahead and roll that lovely damage a bit.
How wide is this moonbeam, by the way?
Dude, it's a giant moonbeam. It's 5 foot radius in every direction, centered on Jackass.
It's
In
a
every-
5-foot radius, and it's 40 foot high. It's a cylinder.
Okay,
Oh.
I can get close enough to hit him then.
And he's surrounded by difficult terrain.
That's fine. I has
So
an idea.
This next damage is going to be a 14.
Yeah, every little bit helps.
That
Uh,
radiant damage.
You see the white rabbit stand there, and he's like, "I do believe I'm going to sit this one out," and picks up a teacup and starts drinking from the teacup. And you see the hare look over and be like, "Really? Really?" The strange thing about the hair that you're noticing, Cayenne, that really stands out for you is it's not an actual rabbit, it's a stuffed animal of a rabbit wearing plate armor. And it just kind of turns and starts walking in, dragging its sword behind it over towards where the edge of the table, leaving this long groove in the table behind it.
Fleshy and plate. Okay.
Biddy is going to roll an intimidation. Biddy's not very intimidating. It's more adorable than anything, not a natural one.
Oh no.
maybe distracting because he's so cute, right?
Sounds like a
Yeah.
ferocious squeaky toy.
Alright, well, we're at the top of the initiative again for the actual second round because they rolled a 1.
Fun.
Mongo,
Here we
you're up
go.
for the... You're up, Mongo.
More drawing.
High or low, Mongo?
High.
You have finished the symbol that you're working on.
Good. What's a party without some fireworks?
Alright. Is that your whole turn there?
If I'm allowed to do something else, I can spark this one.
Go for it.
Cool. Might need a minute to charge up though,
Alright.
because is he in the at least kind of near the center of my drawing?
Not perfectly, but he's still there.
You know,
Close
I
enough.
could. Do you need him closer, Mongo?
Does Mongo think he needs him closer to the center, or is he
No.
close enough?
He's close enough.
Goody.
Adder is going to hold his turn. Nikolai, you're up.
Because I'm gonna burn in hands this motherfucker,
Nice.
and I'm gonna upcast it with all of them.
Oh, okay. Well, go
So
for it.
that's 1/4 level, 3/3, 3 seconds,
Oh shit.
and 4 first.
Damn. You can stack upcasting? That's fucking cool. Is that a Mongo only ability?
It might be.
Able to throw more more spell slots onto spells beforehand. So
Yeah.
I'm a
Yeah.
roast this fucker.
Well,
Fuck
go
this
for
area
it.
in particular.
So yeah, just take aim, and if at all possible, to move him so that way I can look him dead in his eyes, or about to be dead eyes. If you're wondering, this is fucking personal. After what your little shadow did to number 4. Do tell Nevaeh I say I'll see her soon. And let her rip.
Roll that damage.
Oh, I don't know how.
Get your action ready, and then Angelo, you're after Nikolai.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna
Wait
try
a minute.
this. Gonna try the
Okay.
same thing, except this time since I have 2 attacks, I will try it twice. So I guess he gets to try to do a dex save at 16 with advantage twice.
Yay! I can save on something with the bad guy.
Damn it!
That makes me happy.
Okay, that was my turn.
Angelo, you're up.
All right. We are gonna go ahead and begin to channel Booming Blade. And then I'm using one of my vampire abilities, which is a bonus action, and Misty Step behind them, just outside the Moonbeam.
Yeah, they're on the ground right now because of Alice, so they are not very protected.
And we're gonna go ahead and take a nice and wide swing. And that is going to be a 13 plus the inspiration die. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 to hit.
Yeah, that's going to hit. You didn't even have to do math on that one, just not roll a 1.
All right. And taking this swing. Let's see here. Booming Blade, that is the additional. D8 there. Let's see. That's 7. Let's see. 9 points of. Actually, more than that. Let's see. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 14 points of necrotic damage plus 7 thundering, and they get moved 10 feet closer to the group.
Joke's on you, they're immune to necrotic damage. Let's see.
I think I have a number.
What's the number, Manga?
152.
Oh, nice.
Whoa!
Feel free to roll your exhaustion dice on that as well.
Cayenne, you are up.
How he got moved? What, 10 feet?
Yes.
I
And
was just go-
he cannot willingly move after that, however, unless he wants to get hurt even harder.
Did you move him out of my circle?
I moved him further into it.
I was planning on just moving Moonbeam. Just
Alright. Yeah, go ahead and roll the damage on it.
keep it within the area. Damage on that would be 12.
Yay, I can do something now. That's the end of all the bonus rounds. So, from within this moonbeam, and you can see the glow of it, you hear a little bit of laughter, and you hear from within this cataclysmic amount of damage. You don't understand that I'm ancient. You're nothing to me. I've been around from the beginning, and I will be around until the end. I want what's mine back. And Cayenne, you instantly feel your stomach just tear apart as the long digested part of its shadow begins to rip its way out of you.
Oof, that sounds painful as fuck.
And
You've been carrying that this whole time? Ew.
and you just look down as your moonbeam is erupted, as this black bile starts to just pour out of your stomach as it starts to work its way back in the direction of this thing that is starting to stand up from the various damage it took. And they're like, I want what is mine back. And then he throws Ace's body off to the side, shattering into a million pieces against one of the trees.
Oh shit.
And you just see like this tall, lanky, inky shadow stand up with glowing eyes, and these giant wings loom out from the back of it and land on the ground like a cloak. Moth-like wings as this figure stands up fully, looking down at you, and you can see that these long, deer like antelope horns come out of its head. The true archfey nature being revealed of what Pan is to you guys finally. Cayenne, you are down and doing death saving throws. And each of you see what just happened to your sister at the hands of this thing.
So I'm doing death saving throws.
Starting next round, yeah.
Did you want me to go ahead and hit the damage?
No, don't worry about it. So, Ace is not in combat right now. Mongo, you're up. And you just saw what happened.
Oh, fuck.
Angela, you're
I am
probably a
cool.
little scared because you're standing right next to this thing as it just towers over you now.
I'm actually immune to being frightened.
Well, you're up, Mongo, followed by the captain.
You know what? That'll fucking work. Make my way over to Cayenne. I'm using a healing potion.
All right.
Pour some on her little wound there, and pour some down her throat. And either way, it's getting to her gut.
Roll that healing on her.
2d4 6. That would be 4 plus what are you? 6.
As you do that, Mongo, you hear from the direction of the Archfey. No. And you cast the healing on yourself.
Oh, this fucker wants to die. Okay. Well, I guess I feel a little better.
You do feel a little bit better, but now you're probably panicking because this thing just intervened in what you wanted to do. Hyder looks at the situation. Well, this seems to have gotten a little out of hand. Alice, do you mind, darling? A little bit of haste? A little bit speed on your feet? Nikolai, you're up.
So it's pretty obvious that Cayenne is dead.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Then
Oh,
okay,
die.
can I get to you know what? No. So I did notice that the Fae said no when Mongo tried to do something to her, right?
Yep.
Obviously it was a healing potion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I will send my mantis over to her and do revivify on her. That's what I can do for my first turn. And second turn, I will cast Heroism on both her and Mongo. Because it seems like they're right there with each other, so the mantis should be able to touch them both.
That would be 3 actions.
No, I can actually, with Heroism, I can do it up to 3 times.
Oh.
At once. 3 targets at once. No, 2 targets at once, I'm sorry. No, yeah, because if I use a 3rd level spell, it would be 3 targets at once. Using a second level, so it can be two targets at once.
Alright, so Cayenne is dead, but not technically dead.
Well, she's at 1 hit point, and then she also has 4 temporary hit points now.
You see the Dormouse kind of look at the situation a little bit herself, and she's like, "Oh, I got an idea." And you see her just drink some of the tea, and you see a door just open underneath Alice, and Alice falls through it, and then pop back out next to where you're at, Mongo. And Alice just kind of turns around, looks around like, "Don't do that again without my permission. We're gonna have words about this." And Alice crouches down and next to you, Cayenne, and she puts a hand on you. And she uses True Resurrection on you, so you're back to full and completely healed of all wounds.
Oh, okay.
Cayenne, do an insight with me as you come to.
Don't forget your guys' 4 temporary hit points. You'll get them back every round.
My insight is a 14.
Cayenne, as you come to, you're just instantly jolted awake, seeing Alice holding on to you. And something you kind of you're used to, like, you look at her hand and you look at her. You don't see her possible life ahead of her like you would people that touch you. Like your sister's gift of seeing death. You don't see anything with Allison.
Hmm.
And some of the puzzle pieces might be starting to fall in place about her.
Or this is her last stand.
Huh.
She has no possible life beyond today.
Yeah, you know there's one possibility for that.
That's heavy as fuck.
The white rabbit stands up, holds up a clock, tick, 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 and taps the clock and it stops. Every single one of you has gained haste.
Wheat.
Has what?
Haste.
Aced.
Oh, nice.
What is that effect again exactly?
Boy. It makes you fast.
Well, yeah, it does other things too. I think you get advantage on your
Correct.
initiatives.
It's actually your turn, Cayenne.
I am. How many? So I used. Oh, 3 of those second level slots. And I have haste now. That won't work on him. Necrotic won't work on Rooster, will it?
Holy crap! We have
Nope.
an extra 2.2 AC bonus.
Additional action as well.
Nice with a weapon attack.
Advantage on dexterity and something else.
Only. Yeah, dash, hide.
Nate, look at your messages.
Would contagion work against Rooster?
You know, I'll allow it. 'Cause I didn't even think about contagion.
Because it does say poisoned, it doesn't say necrotic.
I mean, yeah, I'll allow it. I didn't consider poison contagion. Are you gonna just grow fangs and bite him, give him rabies?
Would you allow me to attempt wild shape into an animal that spits poison?
Fuck it, let's go.
Okay. I want to try to turn into something so I can spit venom at this fucker.
Didn't we all see this in a movie with a dinosaur once?
Yeah, even though that's completely inaccurate to the actual dinosaur species, it didn't look anything like that. That looked more like an actual frilled lizard, which is a real lizard, but it doesn't actually spit like an acidic venom like the movie Jurassic Park portrayed.
Yeah, but the frilled lizards will fucking chase you across
Oh
everywhere.
yeah, and it's hilarious. It is absolutely hilarious. I love those little guys, especially when they try to jump.
Alright. So you turn into something that can spit venom. And go ahead and do that.
Because I don't have anything to like Wild shape is just at will now. Because that got changed. Where'd you go? I just had you pulled up in front of my face. Why do you do this to me? How dare you? Hello? There it is.
Hello?
Okay. I got confused. Okay, it is 23 to hit with contagion as I don't know what would be the best creature to describe.
I would say a giant, like one of the snakes that spit venom. One of the vipers.
Oh, spitting cobra.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a giant
You snake?
spitting cobra.
I'm a snake.
The contagion will hit.
I responded to your message.
The damage of this spit attack is 14.
All right. Okay. Biddy will try to give inspiration. Biddy succeeds with giving inspiration at a natural 20.
Nice.
You can do it!
I just freaking
God, looking at all the things going on my screen as far as this
Mhm.
goes. There's a lot going on here, guys. That is the end of the... Ace is dead.
Yeah.
To what degree, we're not sure. Mongo, you're up.
I need to check to see if I have anything
Should have drink this, but I guess not.
that is like iron on me. If I have anything in any of my drinky making kit or anything.
You have 4 tent stakes that are iron.
That'll have to do. There are trees around?
There are plenty of trees around.
Cool. How big of a circle is Cayenne's moonbeam?
It's gone. She was killed.
Okay, how's the rough terrain by where he's at?
He's covering all of it.
Okay, so if I move in close, is that gonna... I want to try to find a long enough stick and turn those iron spikes and repay the favor. Turn them into a scythe.
You could probably ask one of Alice's groups for a stick.
I have a quarterstaff,
That'll work.
but is that long enough?
I mean, scythes really aren't that long of a blade. They're meant to be close and for swinging, so they're not exactly a pole arm length.
You know what? Mongo's pretty pissed. I don't think he's really going to give a shit if he gets hurt or not. Okay, grab the quarterstaff, grab the tent spikes, make it a scythe.
Alright, that will be your action.
Gotta love being a transmutation wizard.
Don't forget, we
Hatter
have
stands
haste.
Yeah, we all have an
Got
extra
those
action.
2 actions.
Oh yeah, you have haste.
Yeah, we have an extra action every
Yeah.
turn.
So go again, Mongo.
Okay. Where is he in relation to Mongo?
He's towards the foot of the table, off to the right side of it. Not hard to miss. He's pretty damn large.
I am going to try hit and run tactic. Run up, slash, run away.
Go ahead and roll that melee damage that you're so good at.
I gotta figure out how to do that on here. This wizard doesn't excel at melee.
Sometimes you roll incredibly well doing the things you're not supposed to do, so who knows?
This is fucking true. Fuck, well, let's just find out if I hit the bastard.
Don't forget,
what do
you still have your inspiration too, so.
Yeah. What am I adding to this other than the dice roll?
Let me give you something real quick. Actually, you'd probably be able to do it faster. Add a pole arm to your inventory. I think you might be able to add a scythe.
I believe it'd be strength, wouldn't it?
This is fine to me.
Well, yeah, it would be strength, but he needs the actual item to know what to do. And everything is running really slow on my screen, so I can't just scythe. Hammer is going to hold his turn. Nikolai, you'll be up next after Mongo.
Okay.
Do we want to just say I'm holding my action to wait for an opportunity?
Yeah.
So that way I can kind of hit him when he's not looking? Because it's probably going to take me a minute to get that.
So, Nikolai, you're up. And you're, like, seeing how much bigger this guy got, and...
Okay. Well, my first action is now my homunculus' only job is to gather all the pieces of Ace and put him someplace safe that he can move.
Okay.
So that's what he's doing right now. Still stay within, yeah. And then since the bastard's bigger, I didn't really catch that he was bigger, so I didn't quite think about my moves there.
Yeah, he's like about 12 feet tall, hunched over.
Okay. I'll try just shooting him from range still.
All right, Angela, you'll be up after Nikolai.
See if that works. So I guess I get two. I get my one action plus additional action, and each action is going to be an attack at this moment. So that's 4 attacks. Since I have every time I attack, I can attack twice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cayenne is this big giant snake that I
15
picture.
is the first hit.
15 does not hit. I just picture Cayenne is more of like the size of the anaconda from the movie Anaconda.
Big snake.
Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, that was 15. Modify 20 on the second attack.
That will hit.
That third attack did not hit. It wasn't a 1 though. 25 on the fourth attack.
That will hit.
Okay, so 2 attacks hit. Is 19. 19 points of damage. Again, these are with lead no, this is with my spell pulse, so that's all. Last time we talked about it would just be a produce flame. So he's on fire. So I guess it takes the oh shit, that's roll the wrong dice. D12 is what I'm supposed to roll. Hold on.
Oh, lordy.
My bad.
Side note, while he's doing
12
math,
plus
Twitter was
8
quite an enjoyable
20.
movie.
And then produce flame does what, 2d8? Yeah, 2d8. Okay, so we'll just use the 13 for the 2d8s that I roll for each shot. And then 20, so 33.
Very cool. Angelo, you are up.
Biddy, it's time for another swarm. And
As you say that, Biddy breaks down crying.
we're gonna make sure they don't die this time. And...
Biddy is emotionally distraught and loses this turn.
Oh,
Oh
fuck.
no!
Dang.
I am gonna
Friend.
I'm gonna summon the flock of familiars. But this time, I'm having them all cast Death Ward upon each other. That's my bonus action and action.
What does Death Ward do?
They cannot die if they would be normally killed.
You see, this large, hulking, rather lanky kind of archfey
And-
look in your direction, Angelo. And they kind of move their hand, and it's almost like a creaking sound as they do. And as all these little biddies spawn around you to go do things, you hear, "No, I don't think so."
Oh, I wasn't done. I still have my second action.
They reacted to that.
Oh. Well, shit.
And-
Okay.
I need to roll dice as they do a reaction. That's not fair. As you summon all these biddies, you see them all like seem really ecstatic to go after this guy. And before they start to move, you see them start to like burble and bubble a little bit, and you hear unholy screeching from them as each of them begins to explode like a blood grenade.
Damn,
all
even
over
with
you.
Death Ward?
Yep. Reactions are a bitch. And you take 47 points of damage from the
Oof,
AoE damage.
47, huh? Okay. Alright. That hurts. Fine then. Taste my lightning, fucker. And I'm gonna go ahead and cast here poison spray, but transmuting it to lightning.
Alright.
For 19 to hit.
What was that, 19 to hit?
19 to hit.
You fire
for a
off this.
whopping 5 if it hits.
It does not hit. Angela's like, fuck.
That's all I can do for now.
The Dormouse looks over at you, Mongo. I have an idea. Are you okay with the idea?
Possibly. What is it?
They speak like at the end of an infomercial about all the side effects.
Really fast. Is what I'm getting.
Right. Will it help me kill him?
And they're just like, bye-bye. And the floor opens beneath you, and you're suddenly falling from the canopy down towards the archway.
Oh. Try to control my screaming. Get within range and swing away.
Go for it.
That's
This
a
would count
21
as
to hit.
Yep, that would count as a surprise attack, so...
That'll give you advantage, right?
Yep. Doesn't need advantage, he hits.
Well,
He could get a natural 20.
Okay, I'll try rolling again. Nope.
Nonetheless, your
Nope.
damage will be baseline double.
Oh, hell yeah. Let's see. Well, I rolled a whopping 8 damage with the transmuted homemade scythe. So, slashing damage?
Yeah.
I may have done enough damage for him to notice.
You're now on top of the archway between his horns.
How big is this motherfucker?
Hunched over, he's 12 feet tall.
Okay. Plenty of room for me to sit up there.
Alice walks over towards the archway, holding her croquet mallet, and moves her foot in front of her, drawing a line. And the archway looks towards her and says, I hate each and every one of you. Took my food from me. I refined my palate over millennia, and you sniveling mortals. And Alice is like, too bad. I think you need to be put in timeout. And Alice holds her spot, and she uses an ability where he can only attack her. And Hatter responds by using some sort of spell one. Cayenne, you're up.
I am going to be attacking with contagion again.
Alright, go for it.
That is 11 to hit.
That will not hit.
Okay.
As big as this fucker is, he's pretty hard to hit.
I had a bonus action.
Go for it. Yeah, you have 2 actions.
I am... Don't really have a sheet to, like, bite or anything, so how do you want me to do that?
Roll a, grapple.
Like unarmed strike?
Yeah.
Okay. That is 26 to hit,
That will definitely hit.
and then the damage would be 4.
I mean, you move up and you wrap around one of its arms and it tries to get you off, and you're like death gripped on that arm. Kind of like the poor scientist in the movie Prometheus when he tried to touch the vagina worm. So now
Even Mars is rubbing his face at that description.
Biddy is going to try and consult themselves, and they fail. They're just a ball of tears right now, Biddy the puddle. The white rabbit holds their turn. The teddy bear hair, you see it split apart at its seams, and it becomes like this giant hulking dire rat with an even bigger sword that looks like a large, like basically a long table for small people. And they're going to throw the sword at the person. And they miss. And now they no longer have a sword, but they will rage. We're back at the top of the round, and Mongo, you're up.
Well, yeah, I guess I'm just gonna try to hack my way through this motherfucker. And just bury that size somewhere in there where he won't be able to easily like reach.
Go for it. Roll that attack.
And hang on for dear life.
Excuse me.
That button. This button.
Everything I can do is shoot them.
And somehow I miss with a 10, even though I'm right on top of him.
10 would actually hit, bud.
Sure. Fine. I am the annoying fly that will not go away.
You just reminded me of Fight Club. We are the all singing, we are the all dancing.
I love that movie.
It's a great movie.
Are we still hasted?
Yes.
Cool.
Hatter, oh yeah, you're on your second turn.
Yeah, did I create a wound of some form or another?
You brought the scythe down and around. I'm sorry I've been lackluster on the descriptions.
No, it's okay.
And you catch one of the horns. And you got it kind of stuck in there where you can start to carve off one of the actual horns. Mongo, do a wisdom for me.
Wisdom. I still got that D6 of inspiration, right?
Yeah. You know, Chad brings up a good thing. This brings up a question. Would Boots Spider Climb help a situation where you're holding on for dear life like Mongo is?
I would give it to you.
I mean, I'd allow it at my table. That's creative thinking there.
Yeah, exactly.
Just use the dice of inspiration to get all the way up to a 10.
Well, 10 is what you need, bare minimum.
Oh, do I come up with a good idea?
Hack away at, oh, it's not to hit, it's to think of an idea. Um, in creatures of mythology, generally, if you remove their crown, it will reduce the effectiveness of their power.
Oh, I don't see a crown. I see some horns. Let's get surgical.
Let's get surgical.
Yeah. So that's a 22 to hit to
That
try
will
to.
hit. That will definitely hit.
And that's more 9 damage.
And that is 9 additional damage. Hatter is up, and he moves his staff and his cane, really. You know, I know, that if you have a bit of liquid courage, it makes it easier to hit things. So I will have a bit of liquid courage and share the wealth of my abilities. And you see him pull out a flask, and he takes a swig from it. And Nikolai, you pick up on it instantly. He just takes a full swig of what looks like moonshine and mercury.
No, not good idea, but hey.
Each of you feel something hit you as you gain guidance.
Nice.
Nice.
I'll take it.
Nikolai, you're up, followed by Angela.
Yeah, well, now that I have guidance, I have to double check what that does.
It's a D4 to ability checks. And skills, I think? Let me double check. Nope, just ability checks. Using the chosen skill.
Okay. All right, that's not going to have really any effect on mine, I don't think. So I will take... We're still under effect of this haste, correct?
Yep, you have haste and guidance now due to
Okay. Alrighty, well, it'll actually possibly be able to do more damage because now I can also, shoot this motherfucker with, iron slugs, so why not? And I can shoot him 4 times with iron slugs. So, let's see, 2d8, that one's a 2d8. Where is the automaker? It's 2d8 plus 2, 2d8 plus 2. Okay. Chance of failure, backfire, positive damage. No, okay, I'll just use the automatic rifle and be able to use my haste to get 2 shots. But since it's not a magic weapon, I'm going to use repeating shot on that. So 4 shots. 17. Natural 20 on the second shot.
okay.
Well, okay. So do the 17. Does the 17 hit?
No, just an extra 20.
Just a natural 20? Okay. Alrighty. So that would be 2d8 plus 16 then, right?
So you do max damage and then roll for the
Yeah.
next one. then apply your modifier.
Thank you. So 12, and then plus 16 is 28. Plus 4 is 32. Oh, and I will go ahead and use my other ability that I just gained last round. Let me double check what that was. The actual features and traits. It was every time I land a hit, I could do an additional 2d6, I think it is. Let me double check that. Yeah, 2d6. That was math. So 12. Additional 12. So 44 altogether.
Okay. So you see Nikolai. You guys don't really see Nikolai because he's playing sniper, and you hear the loud explosions go off from his gun as this archfey turns towards Alice, getting side swiped by a bullet. And he glances in your direction, Nikolai, as the second one hits him.
The second one was a natural 20. Great.
And he just growls a little bit. You guys can feel it kind of almost unnerving under your skin. Even you, Angelo, as you're standing next to this thing. And your turn.
The scent of iron will start to fill the air as this reddish mist of bloody fog begins to enshroud Angelo, as with a bonus action begins to take the form of dread, taking on the visage of one of Lord Victor's terrifying creatures. And I'm gonna go ahead and points to the direction of the fallen biddies. Arise, my minions, and raise the dead.
Okay.
And then move in close and swing the hammer at this guy. For a 17.
Nope. He just bats away the hammer as you swing it like it's nothing.
And then I know there's something else that happens here. Where is it at? I do gain hit points that I have to roll for.
I will use my movement action to move not from where I was.
Okay.
Because he said I saw him look directly at me, so trying to duck and hide, be in a different spot.
And I'm just gonna go ahead and attempt to intimidate this thing.
Sure.
And that is 12 plus the 4. So 1, 3, 4. That is a 21 on intimidation.
He turns towards you, Angelo, looking down at you. Those glowing eyes. And as you try and intimidate him, he responds, "You're nothing but a blind child begging for scraps." As you suddenly feel tiny and vulnerable as the intimidation is reversed.
Huh. Okay, that's my turn.
That sucks to be you right now, huh? He's going to move. He's going to... He brings a hand up and fires off something, and you just see it instantly carve right through the dormouse, instantly killing the little dormouse, the
Well,
body
shit.
falling to ash.
That I can't fix.
And Alice is going to respond because he did a perk for a natural 20. Cayenne, you're up next. And you see Alice bring around her mallet and pole cock him, which almost jars you off, Mongo, as she rocks him for 45 points of damage from a single crack. Cayenne, you are up.
Okay. I am gonna be doing contagion again as a snake.
Hmm.
And then after that I'm going back to normal to use my glaive.
Okay. Go for it.
So it is, yeah, that's not gonna hit. That was a 14.
Yeah, that is not it. The
So
white
back to
rabbit
normal
is...
back to normal two-legged self.
And you realize you're just right next to Alice staring up at this archfey. The first time you've actually been in the presence of an evil archfey.
Just go stare at him.
White rabbit is a little too scared. The hair is going to smash. That's a natural 20 on the hair. Second attack is another natural 20, another natural 20, and another one. Fuck me sideways.
So technically, are we watching you kick your own ass?
Yeah. Yes, you are. I'm not even going to tell you guys what the damage was for that. You see the hair look over at the poor dormouse being disintegrated and immediately leap on top of this thing. And Mongo, you grab onto the horn because you see this thing just start going full rabbit punching, slashing, and biting. You're like, oh shit, rabbits can go rabid.
Rabbits.
And the Faye grabs him and throws off the hair to the side. Not really liking that. And the Archfey moves a little bit and brings their hands together, and you can see some sort of energy gather, and you're like, enough! And they bring their hands apart. And everything goes white for each of you. Cayenne, you are standing there and you look around a little bit and you realize you're back in the streets of where Smiley was at. Angelo, as you look around, you don't really look around. Actually, you hear and you realize you're once again a child and blind and helpless.
Huh.
Mongo, you find yourself back at a time when you were bullied quite often and your siblings weren't around enough to protect you. Nikolai, for you, you are in a tinkering shop and you can see various projects that you have in progress.
Huh. So is this like, do we know from whence we came, or are we just walked out, like Nikolai just walked into a shop as he would normally do
It's
that
like
day?
you just walked into a shop.
I'm not aware. What I'm aware of that I was in a fight with this thing.
No.
No. Okay. All right. Cool.
I assume my concentration on Hex has been broken.
Yep.
Alrighty. Well, get back to work. Whatever project he was trying to do.
Every time you go to start a project, something breaks on it and goes wrong.
Is this before or after I knew about Garo's children?
Before.
Before. Okay. So
I
it's
can see the
sometime in the
anger
past.
on
Okay.
Cayenne's face over there.
So every time I do something on the project, it just breaks.
You guys can do an insight.
And
11.
11,
and
10,
18.
18.
14.
Cayenne, you're filled with the creeping dread of being back here, and you look down at yourself and find yourself once again that younger age and a centaur looking around in this place. Something feeling strange, even kind of digging at you a little bit. Angelo.
All I know to do is move forward, just like the
Yeah.
last time I was fucking here.
Angelo, you are back to when before Victor gifted you, back when you were part of the family and not helpless within the family, but the wider view of things, kind of helpless. That dread of your future not being certain setting into the pit of your stomach.
How much younger is Nikolai at this point?
Give me a minute.
Okay.
what can... Because I know he can't see, so... What can he hear? Because the only things I can do currently would be Guidance, Spare the Dying, and Guiding Bolt, being human. The stuff that I had before becoming a warlock.
You hear the camp outside of your family, the usual coming and goings that you would hear.
Okay. Does anything sound off from... Anything sound off from what he would have remembered?
You're not sure yet.
Okay.
Nikolai,
Yeah.
as you're failing at the tinkering, you're kind of working on it, and you're like, if something is telling you this isn't right, you would never fail this many times. You would learn from the mistake and be able to correct it, but every time you seem to correct the mistake, it seems wrong. Mongo, the same goes for you. You're writing down basic enchantments or spells or formulas, and you can't seem to get it right at all, even though that you're like trying different possibilities.
And this is like back in our home place?
Mm-hmm.
Like before we left? Kind of thing?
You don't know. You're in a shop.
In a shop. Huh. Is the shop familiar?
Yeah, it looks like one of the tinkering shops.
Okay.
Tinkering shop.
Okay.
What are you doing, Mongo?
Trying and failing. Well, the frustration is probably setting in. The only real question is he realized that the frustration is setting in and that the only way to really fix it is to kind of stop and try something else?
Angelo, Nikolai, and Mongo do an insight. Cayenne, do a nature for me.
19 insight.
I got a 12.
17 insight.
Okay.
Big old fat 8 for me.
Cayenne, as you're walking, you pause for a moment and then take a few steps. Your first indication that something is wrong is every time you take a step, instead of hearing 4 hooves, you only hear 2.
Yeah, that would not be right.
Angelo, as you listen, something catches your attention as being off. You hear birds. You never hear birds in your homeland. That's only something you've recently experienced and even read about. Stop with the clicking back.
Sorry.
One of these things just doesn't belong here. All right.
Mongo, as you're writing down on this scroll, you start to write. And you look at it and you kind of hold it up. And you pause for a moment as you look over your shoulder. And in Arcane, you realize what you have been writing, what's wrong with it. And you kind of probably, I don't know, laugh to yourself. All of this bullshit makes Mongo an angry cat. Nikolai,
Yes.
you're kind of like starting to feel the lull of the effect falling into it, wanting to try and fix whatever's wrong.
So would this be before or after Nikolai met or knows Milam or Starborn?
Before.
Before? Either? Both?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fuck it. I'll go up to the front desk and talk to the person manning the desk. They're a tinkerer. Maybe they can help me figure out what the problem is. What am I doing wrong? Why can't I figure this out?
For some reason, there's a kid manning the desk, and out as Jam, looks an awful like Pan. He's like, "Oh hi, can I help you?"
Yeah. I'm hoping to get some insight on what's going on here because I don't know, maybe I'm just not feeling well, maybe Maybe I don't know. I'm having troubles with my project, and I can't get anywhere with it for no reason. I'm hoping, as a fellow tinker, you might be able to help me out.
Well, my guess is you might be really tired and need to rest for a while. You
Yeah,
have
but I
been
just
in here
got here.
working for quite a while at this point.
But I just got here.
They've motioned a little bit. The sun is starting to set. You came here in the morning.
Wow. Huh.
You've been working so hard. I think you need to rest.
Okay, so with Nikolai's mentality of staying up all night and knowing other tinkerers do this, does this sound very weird to him?
You can do an insight.
Like, the modus operandi is to keep doing it until you pass the fuck out. For most tinkerers. Insight would
Especially for
be...
Nikolai back then.
Yeah. That would be a 21.
You look at this tinker as they look at you, not even blinking, which is weird. They're like, why would another tinker give me this advice? They say take a break and get back to it.
Yeah, a break, maybe, but not let's just go to bed. It's like, are you brand new, but you're managing the desk? Why, like, are there lessons I need to teach you?
Oh no, I'm quite versed in this craft. I just know when to take a break.
Okay. That doesn't make any sense. Why? All right, well, I'll go get something to eat, drink something, and get back to work.
Perhaps that's for the best.
No, I'm just going to go back into the shop, sit down, look at what I'm doing, and just eat some food and something to drink. It's like, who taught you to just quit? Doesn't make any sense. So yeah, go back to the shop, sit down with the project in my view and the plans in my view, and I'm not going to do anything. I'm just looking at everything while I'm breaking by eating something and drinking something.
Yeah. Each of you can do an investigation.
Absolutely. I got a question. Does Rooster ever move at any point?
What do you mean?
He still has Booming Blade on him, so if he moves...
He's been standing in the exact same spot.
Okay. Just making sure. That's a 21 on investigation.
I got 13.
16.
13.
Sorry, I forgot. Let me stop making noise.
What about you, Tom?
18.
18? Cayenne, as you're walking about this area and this empty, strange town, you pause for a moment and you look over at one of the windows, and it kind of hammers home that how wrong things are. You can see yourself for your true self, but there's some sort of illusion or effect on you right now that is causing you to see yourself as your old self in the area as the old self. The one fault in this archphase abilities are reflections, and this reflection is showing you as you really are.
Okay.
Angelo,
Yes.
as you are familiar with things how they were back then, you touch things and you kind of go off of a sense of touch, feeling the different textures and stuff. Everything you touch, the texture is wrong, slightly off, artificial.
I'm gonna attempt to do something here. I don't know if it'll work, but... Can I attempt to dispel magic?
Doesn't do anything.
Oh, okay. Definitely something off.
What was yours, Nikolai?
16.
16? So you start to work on things a little bit and starting to try to work on these gears, piecing them together. And you pause for a moment, Nikolai, as you're examining the parts. And as you slide them together, not unto what you're doing, they seem to misalign a little bit. Something outside of your force of control is causing a manipulation of things.
So there's no reason why these gears shouldn't align. They're just not.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Mongo, as you go to write on the parchment again, you begin to scrawl on it, and you pause for a moment, and you look at it as there's a bit of disconnect from the quill pen touching the paper and the actual parchment. So, like, things are appearing on the parchment. It's just slightly off from actually you writing it.
What spells would Nikolai have right now?
Did Tom fall asleep?
Oh, he's thinking.
I don't have Tom's video.
On my video, it looks like he's passed out asleep in his chair.
Yeah, same. He passed out. It looks like just frozen there.
Anything you would have had at 3rd level.
3rd level, so that's only like my 1st level in cantrip spells. Any spells or what I currently have memorized?
What you currently have memorized.
Why would I have these spells memorized? What the hell? I'm just working in my shop? No, these spells don't do anything.
So, with this new information, what are each of you going to do?
What kind of chair? Is Mongo standing or sitting in a chair?
Sitting in a chair.
Are there arms on the chair?
No.
Okay. Mongo's gonna intentionally. He's gonna keep writing, but he's gonna like put his arm in a position that he knows he's going to like slip, but he just doesn't know when, and try to keep writing.
Do a sleight of paw.
I have proficiency in that now.
What about you, Cayenne?
I think Cayenne might go on a spree of breaking anything that does a reflection to see if she gets a reaction out of somebody. She's gonna do things to intentionally make him mad. To see if he'll actually show himself and quit being a bitch.
Roll an intimidation, Cayenne.
That's a 1.
You're throwing more of a tantrum than actually breaking anything at the moment. Because you're stuck right back here where you had to deal with Smiley.
Gonna keep trying to break shit. Whether it is an organized attempt or a clumsy attempt, just throwing random shit and hoping it breaks. Don't care. The goal is to break something, whether it looks graceful or clumsy. Does not matter.
What about you there, Angela?
I have a question.
Okay.
Victor can see and hear everything that Angelo goes through, of course, right?
Generally speaking.
Would he be able to see an illusion like this through Angelo's Is that something that would be picked up on?
Possibly, but would he actually care to interfere, or would he learn this as a lesson?
True. True. Is there any hints of a memory as to what was going on before this?
Nope.
Okay. Let's see. He knows that something is definitely off and something that is wrong. Things are not as they are, and there are things that he is hearing and sensing that were not there initially before from his memory. I think gonna go ahead at this point. It makes sense that he would guidance himself and see if he
Public?
may potentially be caught in some kind of illusion, because that's definitely something that would probably happen in the realm of dread.
Yeah. Do
So
an insight.
Arcana?
Yeah, do an arcana. What are you gonna
Alright.
do, Nikolai?
I'm gonna call Ace over to me.
It is an
And I'm
8
gonna say,
plus
buddy, let's go
4.
outside and let's go like really high. I need some fresh air. Something's not right here.
You gotta call Ace, you get no response.
What the hell's Ace?
That is a 15 on the Arcana.
Something seems really fucky to you there. Cayenne, you could choose to try and break something again.
I will. Do you want me to do intimidation again?
Yep.
Okay. That was better this time. That was a 15.
You can see that the illusion is bending a little bit out of just pure fucking anger of this archfey. And you know how much archfays don't like their foils to be messed with.
I'm gonna keep breaking shit cause fuck you, asshole. Come get some if you really want some. I'm waiting.
Mungo, you fall out of your chair.
As I'm writing?
Yep.
Good. As I'm falling, I try to pay attention to the lines that are being written and see how off they are.
It just seems to keep appearing like the same text as before, like you never even fell. The writing appearing on the actual parchment.
Still reading that everything is bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, let's run down the list of bullies who might actually be able to make that shit happen.
Wisdom.
That is a 14.
Nothing comes to mind. You don't know any bullies that would be able to do whatever this is at all. Nobody has this magical capabilities, and it seems really unnatural for it to suddenly just show up.
Who do I know in town might be able to do something like this?
There's nobody in town that would be able to do anything like this. Nikolai, what are you doing?
Well, right now he can't really think of anything, so he's going to try having his alchemist jug produce the most strongest coffee he could ever think of, and just chug it. See if that helps anything.
But you didn't have your alchemist jug back then.
There you go, yeah. It's one of the first things he could make.
Oh,
Let me double check.
I'm pretty sure you didn't have it back then.
Well, that's a decision you can make. Does he have his coffee brewing stuff with him?
Coffee brewing stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, well, just brew a very strong cup of coffee then. The strongest he could possibly think of.
You brew
Yes.
this coffee, and you take a drink of it, and it immediately scorches your mouth like gas station coffee.
Like hot?
Yeah.
Okay.
I need you to make a wheel on that.
A will save? Okay.
Cayenne, what are you doing? Now that you're making progress.
Freaking shit. At
21.
this point, I'm gonna start, instead of just reflections, I'm gonna start breaking things in the surrounding area.
Alright.
But I'll be looking for things that are already showing signs of age.
Yeah. Nikolai,
Yeah?
for a brief moment as you drink the coffee and you're about to explain how painful it is, you can see a shimmer in front of you of a different reality.
Okay, that actually makes more sense to why I would have these spells.
Cayenne, you're also seeing the same shimmer.
I fucking knew it.
Don't have my reach-a-majig at this point. I think at 3rd level? No. But...
Manga?
would have...
Is?
What are you doing?
Well, somebody who clearly has some magical ability is fucking with me. Being the little prankster that I is, at least was back then. How would I... If I had that ability, what would ruin my fun by somebody doing that?
Don't know.
That is what Mongo is trying to figure out right now.
What are you doing, Angelo?
We're gonna take out my dagger, my little knife, because clearly it seems I'm caught in some kind of illusion. Something's very wrong. And I'm gonna intentionally cut myself for a point of damage as I drag the blade across my palm.
You do that, it hurts like a son of a bitch. It does, and it doesn't really do anything else, and you just look at your hand. You can just feel your hand bleeding.
Now the question is, does that bloody scent trigger some sort of those vampiric instincts?
No.
Okay. All right. Let's see. In that case, I'm gonna listen closely where those birds are coming from.
Do a survival. What are you doing, Mongo?
That's a whopping 7.
You're in
Okay.
surround sound of birds.
Everywhere.
Mongo.
You got me. This is bullshit. And just start tearing it.
You start tearing up the parchment.
Yep.
Oh no.
Start looking around. Somebody's got to be. If you're pulling a prank, you're going to be somewhere to watch.
Don't get a response. But oddly enough,
Get up.
you do get one response, Mongo. Normally that would bother you to tear up something like that. But this didn't at all.
So the odd response is from me.
Yeah.
Start trying to think, well, this should bother me, but it doesn't. What has happened to get me to the point where I don't care? Where was Mongo's most recent fuck it moments?
Do a will save roll. Cayenne? You want to break some more stuff? Go for it. Do the intimidation. With advantage, because...
Oh. That was disgusting. Sorry. With advantage is an 18.
An 18? You come to a statue in this round common area of the town. And you look up at the statue. And I would surmise that you crack a smirk. And you grab a board and you shove it under the edge of it. And you wedge and you try and you just eventually feel it budge and you watch the statue fall. As only an egotistical archfey would put a statue here of possibly themselves.
Archfey always have statues of themselves. Always.
Oh, yeah. And the statue comes crashing down. You can see fractures within this reality as their will over you dwindles and breaks too, because they're now pissed off that you destroyed the statue of them.
Do I see any parts that I can kick around like a soccer ball?
The head.
That's what I'm gonna spend my time doing. I'm gonna be just like a kid again. I'm gonna kick his head around.
What about you, Nikolai?
I'm going to make another cup of coffee. And I am going to go through all my equipment and I'm going to look for an oil that I know is going to be the most poisonous possible oil. And then I'm going to put it in that other cup of coffee. And I'm going to walk out to the front desk and go have a cup of coffee with my fellow tinkerer just to troubleshoot the problem. And offer him a cup of poison coffee.
He takes the coffee. Oh, thank you for the gift. I could use the little pick-me-up.
Drink up. He's drinking the most poisonous oil I have.
He drinks it, and he's like, wow, that is a wonderful cup of coffee. It's quite accurate.
And this
But I do
person
enjoy
is
that.
human,
Yeah.
and I would expect something to be happening right now.
Yeah.
Who the fuck are you? This is
Hi.
bullshit.
I don't know what you mean. Such accusations. Brought me
Yeah.
a delicious cup of coffee. I enjoyed it with you. What more do you want from me?
This is all not real. First, you should be dead by now. Second, no tinkerer in his right mind would ever say just give up and go to bed. Ace isn't here. I have these spells that make absolutely no sense to be working in my shop right now. What did you do to me?
The human looks at you, and it seems like you're breaking from self-delusion of being tired. You should really sleep.
All right, I'm just going to, I don't know, I'm going to throw my cup of hot coffee at his face and then attack him. Bullshit! Lies!
Fuck this! I'm going anger mode.
Take out my daggers, jump on his face with the hot scalding coffee and then just start stabbing.
I need you to make a dex saving throw for me.
19.
19? You go to jump on him and stab him, and you immediately feel yourself in a free fall. And you reach out and you grab, and you can see the illusion, like, almost like a thin veil over your face, that you're seeing the real reality, and now you're hanging from your perch point. You watch as your rifle falls all the way to the ground.
Son of a... I knew there was something fucked up there. Does all the memories come back?
Yeah.
Fuck. Does the memory of the experience come back?
Yep.
Oh, you bastard. How far away is the rifle?
It fell like from the you're at the top of essentially a tree, and it fell basically 2 stories to the ground.
Oh, so it's
Well out of range.
mage hand or anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, fine. It can stay there. I have other guns.
Cayenne, you come out of the illusion a bit, just like Nikolai, and you pause for a second, and you realize how fucked up this Archfey is. And Alice is on one knee, basically having stood her ground. But what you were actually kicking around was the hare's little stuffed body. They had gone down.
Oh, shit.
Cayenne is now officially even more pissed off.
Yep.
What about you, Mungo?
Oh. Whoever's pulling this prank on me is watching. I see any water or anything around? Drinks of any form?
You have a cup of something on the table.
I look to see what it is.
It is water.
Get on the table, grab the cup of water. Oh, you got me. Care to come out and gloat? I'm at least big enough to admit when I've been beaten.
You get no response. And do a insight for me.
$14.
You look at the water, and you can see the refraction of a different world beyond it.
Okay, I'm gonna need more water. Yes, you just heard the cat say more water.
Not afraid to go swimming this time, huh?
What about you, Angela?
I know this isn't real. There's no birds where I'm from. You don't even have the right sounds or scent correct. Enough with the bullshit. I'm gonna try and break through this illusion, calling their bluff.
Intimidation.
And that is going to be 26.
You call this out in a very defiant way, and suddenly you smell ash and fire, and you wander outside, and you smell the air, and you realize this is the day of your mother's funeral on the burning pyre.
Do the sounds sound off?
Do a survival for me.
Not perception? Okay. Survival. Let's see. No, get off my screen. Modify 20.
You listen, and every crack of the fire almost sounds like, as you listen closely to those fine details as you learned how, there's not a rational pattern to fire, but this one there's a pattern. As you listen deeper into it, it almost sounds like someone chuckling at you, laughing even.
I'm calling their bluff again.
Mongo, you wander
don't.
outside. Wander outside, Mongo, and you find a familiar water fountain there.
That's more water. That'll do perfect. Thank you. I look in.
You currently see from where you were standing on essentially the table, not the table, from the vantage point above the bay that you were at. You're basically looking from their point of view, and you can see that it comes back to you. You see Alice on a single knee, having lost a lot of blood and getting her ass beat. You can see a vampy boy over there just standing like a zombie. And you can see Cayenne starting to come out of it, and you see a rifle fall from above, and hit the ground and you look up and you see Nikolai dangling, cursing, trying to climb back up.
Right again, I guess. This is all bullshit.
Not like you writing it all the time.
Yep.
This is bullshit. This is bullshit.
Climb up onto the fountain. You know, the last time I was in one, it actually looked way better, way more believable. So my question to you, is this the best you can do? Into the fountain.
Mongo,
Yep.
you fall and you take 3 points of face damage as you land on a disregarded shield. Back in the proper reality.
Hey, Nikolai, thank you for those hit points.
Hey, Cayenne, you look over as Mongo fell in front of you, face first onto a shield.
I think 3 points of face damage would hurt a lot.
Oh,
Fell
I
in
look
front of
around for the
me?
side.
Yeah, because he was on top of the archway and he jumped off and landed on the shield that was knocked away from Alice.
Get Mongo out of the way.
Just drag him on the shield like a little sled. You can see that Angelo is just standing there, like a non-responsive zombie, mouth hanging open, still stuck in the illusion.
I have no way to look at reflections or anything, so I might need help getting out of this. I am blind. But the thing is, I have one way to heal the group, like right now, but I can't do shit.
I have an idea of what you can do, but I'm not there, nor does Nikolai know what's going on. For you.
Alice looks over. A little assistance would be much welcome.
Got it. Get up, start trying to drag the shield over. How heavy is this thing?
At least 20 pounds. Cayenne is dragging it easily. You are just like, oh shit.
How badly
I'll
does
help
Alice look
Mongo.
beat up?
Do an insight.
Okay, you get her the shield back. I'll see what I can do. Ugh.
Modify 20.
Who is the one who shut down the healing potion? Was that the Shadow or is that
That was the Archfey.
douchebag incarnate?
That was the Archfey. 21 from you?
Yeah, modify 20.
She looks rough. Like she has been taking a beating while you guys were gone.
Alrighty. Let's see. We all have a common language by now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, except for Vampire Boy there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
so
that's common.
so I will speak with Mongo and Cayenne in like our coded sibling kind of talk about some of the things that we talked about Alice's condition, indicating that I think she has poisoned herself to weaken herself. I can remove that poison right now. I'm going to do it. Object right now if you must.
What do I know about the poison?
She's been dosing herself with lithium to toxic levels. It doesn't do what lithium should do to you or her.
It
So it
hampers
would
your
be a good
abilities.
idea. It would be a good idea.
Likely, it's worth a gamble to find out.
You can try.
Okay, I've got an idea.
Speak up. I'm headed over.
Yeah, just give me a sec. Go over to Alice.
I
Try to help
will.
her up.
I will
And
hold my action for Mongo then.
I'll be right back in a sec.
Okay.
Just,
DM's going away for a moment.
yeah.
Continue doing what you're doing. What you're saying.
I'm going to try to, as stealthily as possible, pass her a healing potion
Mm-hmm.
and just let her know it's like, just give it a sec,
Okay.
and then start walking away and start
It might be a
running my
good idea
mouth
to walk
at
away.
the
Yeah.
archpay. Wait for him to notice, and then cast Create Bonfire right fucking under him. Give him
Okay.
a fucking hot foot.
So I have
no.
So I have Greater Restoration and Mass Cure Wounds. I might be able to help out a lot here. I'm gonna need help getting out of this illusion.
So I'll start walking over toward Fang Face over there.
Yeah, so I guess at this point we're just waiting for the GM to be back. She should be back momentarily.
Good. It gives me a minute to try to think of how to talk shit to an archfey.
Yeah, there you go.
Good
I'm
luck.
just wondering if it would be easier and quicker for my mantis to get to her so I can cast the spell through the mantis or not.
Well, you are
Yes.
currently in a tree, are you not?
Dangling from the top of a mushroom, I guess, or as I understood.
Yeah, might be safe a bit quicker to get the mantis over there.
Yeah, because he's running around gathering ace parts. He may be closer and quicker.
Yeah.
Or they, I guess.
It.
Them.
No, it's a they because they're not just a thing. They're a person, remember?
Well, it is also a pronoun that individual people go by.
Yeah, I suppose
Actually,
so.
I don't have Greater Restoration, but I do have Mass Cure Wounds. I gave away my Greater Restoration thing that I had to the captain. So I have Astral Projection, Commune with Nature, Detect Magic, Fog Cloud, Tongues, Zone of Truth, Dragon's Breath, and Mass Cure Wounds.
Yeah, but how much of that is because of your alignment with Victor at this time?
None. Those are actually part of a magic item. The box of
okay.
magic cigars.
Which you didn't have the day of your mother's funeral.
No. Which is why someone's gonna have to take me out of the illusion for me to help.
Oh yeah, no, I'm gonna punch him in the balls.
That might help.
Now that I'm out of the illusion, like even before I was out, I still had Cure Wounds. I still had Healing Word. I had my Life Blade of Ilma, which is another healing. Healing Spirit, Healing Ward. And then yeah, that's about it. I mean, I've also got Animate Dead, so I mean, if that's needed at any point.
You could at least make him move out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think getting sent back to the time of when I was being bullied in the hometown, it's like, I still had trouble casting fucking Prestidigitation. So it's like, all right, well, I can't magic my way out of this. Shit.
Nikolai can't
Man,
build
I'm
anything out of this. He can't magic his way out of it. He's just gonna have to go freaking feral.
I
Yeah.
left my water bottle on the other
Cayenne
side of the
just-
room.
Cayenne was like, "You know what? I'm gonna channel my my inner asshole child and break shit."
I always,
Kicking the
I
poor rabbit
always,
around.
I always thought Nikolai had walked a little bit on the line of gray with morality and scruples and stuff like that. So just poisoning a motherfucker that he severely thought was fucking with him, I think was valid. Even if he was wrong, at least he had a justification for it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I thought he was fucking with
No
me.
self-respecting artificer would say, "Take a nap. You gotta die."
Yeah, this is going to be crazy if this works with the remove poison. Or protection from poison.
Mhm.
As it does is, let me go back to it. It basically removes the effects of all of one single poison that I'm aware of, or a random poison if I'm not aware of what the
I mean,
poison is.
The goddamn AC unit that's in here is pointed directly on me, and I don't
And
have the
what-
damn remote to turn it off. It's cold.
See if it works because Cayenne knows what she's taking.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was shared with Nikolai too, so.
Yeah, which
So the
lithium is
potion
not
maker's got
technically a
question.
poison.
I have to get up. I have to turn this off.
If you take too much of something, it's a poison. So
There's one question that we never asked. Is lithium is that what she's taking, or is that just one of the ingredients?
yeah, don't know that, but anything
And-
that the lithium is producing an effect on her will be completely neutralized at this point.
All that Cayenne knows is that she's taking lithium, which is an antipsychotic.
Yeah. Great, we're gonna have Alice go psycho on this motherfucker. Great.
Lithium's not a bad medication to be
I
on,
know,
but the
I know.
withdrawals from it are bullshit. It's also expensive even with a copay.
I would imagine so.
Doesn't beat heart medication though. I still don't understand that when I was on, I don't remember the name of it. I think it started with like either an H or an I, but there was some kind of heart med that I was on, and it was like, even with copay, it was still like $117 for only 1 month dose.
Damn.
Oh, but a lithium-based antipsychotic, oh, that's so much cheaper. Just a $35 copay, that's all.
Well, it's probably because it's so readily available. Probably a byproduct
No,
of some
the fuck it's
industrial race.
It's a scheduled narcotic. It is
Yeah.
not readily available. Like I had to actually sign for it to get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lithibid is not easy to get a hold of. Like you have to go through like 2 or 3 different specialists, or at least I did. I had to go
Yeah.
through 3 different specialists to get recommended a prescription. Even
Okay.
then, it was generic.
Are you back on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tom, show your plan again.
Okie dokie.
Like I said, Nikolai's waiting for Mongo's reaction. Or
Yeah.
holding his action for Mongo's reaction.
Mongo is going to try to, as stealthily as possible, hand Alice a healing potion. And tell her it's like, okay, just give me a sec. Start making my way over to Fang Face over there. And then, do we still have haste?
Yes.
Okay. Cast, the cantrip create bonfire under his foot. Or on his foot.
Wait, on Angelo or on the?
No, not on Angelo.
Okay.
On the archfey. And then while I'm making my way over to Angelo, just start. It's like, seriously, was that like the best you could do? Because that was kind of boring, actually. I mean, the last time I got trapped in a hallucination, they at least gave me like a bar and a wife. I mean, I legitimately believed that one. Yours was kind of a snooze fest. I mean, look, this guy's still even sleeping and just boom, right in the nuts.
Oh!
Oh. does that
Can
pull
he
Angelo out of the illusion?
Can he still feel?
Instantly out of the illusion and seeing stars as you crumple to your knees.
I'm gonna look up at Mongo. Thank you.
And if that would be the action that I was waiting for. If it's quicker and easier and more effective to get my mantis over to Alice than myself, that's what I'll do. But I'll cast then protection from poison to remove all the neutralize all the poison effects that lithium would have on her.
Oh boy.
And one question, really important one. How many people are hurt?
You look as your blurry vision there, Angela. You look over. Hatter's impaled against a tree. The dormouse is dead. The white rabbit is dead, and the hare is dead.
Jesus.
Okay. I am pulling out.
Hold on. There's other people doing things real quick.
Gotcha. I will wait.
Cayenne. Probably the best thing that's happened this entire fight is Angelo getting his nuts wrapped for you. And you see Nikolai put his little paw right on top of Alice's bare skin. And you see her look over, and it's that motherly death glare, like, how dare you touch me? And Nikolai, as you look up at her, you cast that spell on her, and you see her eyes just go pure black, and tears of blackness coming out of her.
Great. Uh-oh. Was this a bad idea?
And each of you just feel like almost like a wave of counter energy to the archfey hit you. And you see almost like these black tendrils crack through the ground. And you see one hit the dormouse, another one hit the other one. And they just raise up her allies, bringing them back to life like puppets, reanimating them from the dead. And Hatter just kind of adjusts his tie, and he's like, oh, that is a real, no. And the dormouse sits up and is like, oh, I feel a lot better, Mr. Hatter. And you see each of her party members reanimated as realizing you just unleashed a very dangerous Pandora's box. You're realizing as Cayenne of like, oh. Angelo, as you're on your knees, starting to get up, the energy hits you, and you almost feel the dread, the comforting dread of your lord, instantly snuffed out from the amount of madness that is being given off by this beam.
Damn.
Almost being swallowed by it.
That is very unsettling.
It's like a Mongo. Jazzy, actually everybody would understand this. It's like being hit by a concentrated dose of Scarecrow's fear gas.
Nice.
Oh, oh.
Oh no.
No, thank you.
And Alice just stands up and
Oh no.
you're instantly just feel it behind you, Mongo, and you're like wondering what the hell that is.
Was this a bad
We
idea?
may have just fucked up.
Yeah, probably.
And Alice brushes herself off, all of her wounds healing. And she looks up in the direction of the Archfey. And you hear hundreds of children giggling around you as the entire forest is illuminated with eyes and smiles of all of the victims of this Archfey.
Shit.
Hundreds and thousands of children giggling in unison for the taste of blood that they want.
Oh shit. Are we fucked? Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I think I did wrong. I love you.
Look around for a munchkin feely folk.
Do an insight. And the entire sky just grows completely black. And you can see a kaleidoscope of dark colors like a stained glass window. And Alice reaches out and puts her hand on your shoulder, Cayenne. And you instantly just feel the burning sensation of her madness on your skin. But then you're just suddenly calm as she grants you immunity to it.
It's cool.
And
That's
then
cool.
And then she looks over at you and she's like, you. And suddenly she just pulls away your human form, making you your divine form standing there.
Oh shit.
And you see this, Nikolai.
Oh fuck.
Angelo, you look over and you see this. Cayenne is no longer there. There is something completely different.
So question. How bad is this for Angelo being in the presence of divinity?
At
The last
this
time
point,
this happened, it almost killed him.
No, it almost realived him.
Yeah, realived him. Yeah.
at this
That's
point,
true. He was his heartbeat was coming back.
at this point, Angelo,
Cayenne felt it.
you have no idea what to expect because you see you're staring between a profane god and a divine god that are shoulder to shoulder against this archfey.
Fuck.
How's Mongo responding to this?
Fuck.
Was this a bad idea, guys?
What was your roll?
Whose roll?
14.
Mongo's. 14? In all the, no pun intended, madness, no, you don't see that visage.
Damn. Can't apologize to her. Can't help kill this bastard.
And Alice takes a step forward. I can't kill you, but she can. But I can shackle you. And the Archfey just kind of like tries to cast something, but it has no effect on any of you as you're drowning in the madness of her. It pales. The Archfey's power pales in comparison to that of an actual god.
Damn. We were right, I guess. Shit.
Good thing Mongo isn't wearing pants.
Angelo called it.
Oh boy. Let's have some fun.
Yeah, you get to attack as a full divine god.
Damn.
All of your
Oh,
stats are
boy.
right now are currently 20.
Actually,
Shit.
I have another question.
So
Does
that's
her
+5 to everything.
presence destroy my undead biddies?
Probably. Very easily.
Sorry, biddy.
I would say
All
since you're in
the-
your full divine form for this limited amount of time, all your stats are 20. Your plus to hit is probably about 50.
This is gonna be so confusing for rolls, but let's do this.
Just don't roll. Don't click the modifier roll. Just roll the d20 and add whatever she says you want.
And you
to add.
probably have an additional plus 20 divine damage to every single attack at this point.
Are we able to do anything right now, or are we just being crushed by madness?
You're paralyzed from the sheer force of her.
Okay. Alrighty.
I think Cayenne is gonna drag this motherfucker over to the group. If anything, she wants to try to at least try to pry his heart or something out. For Mongo, because I know that he wanted to do killing.
Roll an intimidation for me.
If my dice will behave. That's an 18.
Plus the astronomical amount of number added to it. So, yeah. How would you like to
Yeah.
intimidate this asshole? You can talk some serious shit right now.
Considering she is just like a mass of ancient elderwood, arcane magical nature, essentially, this hulking beast of nature. She wants to slow, like, just like how she healed Scav before. She wants to use those same vines to slowly creep them in between his joints.
Nice.
This
Give
archfey.
him a little taste of his own fucking medicine, because, oh, what was that about you wanting me to be a puppet before?
The archfey screams at you. I am ancient, eater of souls.
So cute.
So cute.
Alice just stands there and she looks in his direction. I want my blade back. And you see Alice actually move. And Cayenne, I need each of you to roll a will save against Alice right now. Except for you, Cayenne, you're safe.
Well, Nikolai's gone insane. It's not a 1.
Oh no.
17. Do we still have guidance active, actually?
Yeah.
17. Okay.
Okay, so that's a +4, right?
21.
Yeah, but if it's a natural 1, it's a
No,
1.
it's not a natural 1.
Okay.
So it would be an 8.
Guidance 2 again? +4?
Mm-hmm.
It's a D4.
Oh, okay.
So it's a D4?
Yep.
Okay.
Unless the DM says otherwise.
Oh, cool. I got a 4 anyways. That was a full 10. think that's going to do anything against the god.
No, you're shitting bricks right now.
I got a 19.
You're good, Mongo.
20,
You're impressed.
21.
Good. Depression beats madness. Yay! Wait a minute.
Angelo, you're holding on as you see this tall, lanky figure appear behind this archway, taller than it. Its hair like drapes over it, and you see these long, lanky fingers come out like claws and just sink into the archway's head. And you hear it whisper, more terrifying than the Lord of Dread could ever imagine. I want my blade back. And you hear pulling, ripping memories from this thing. They almost sounded like banshees to you guys as the memories are ripped from the brain of this archfey as he tries to fight back against both of these gods. One is dragging him and using him as a puppet. The other one is eating his brain and mind, literally. And this figure looks over in your direction, Mongo. The glowing scars that it has. The eyes, just these black voids. I'll leave enough so you can enjoy what you want to do to him. The rest is mine. Understood? That was aimed at you, Mongo.
Do as you wish.
I ain't gonna fight you.
Nikolai's like, nope. Nope, I don't get paid enough for this. Go again, Cayenne.
She's basically holding this fucker still with her tendrils and slowly starting to just pull at him.
You
She
yank
wants
him.
to try literally control him like a marionette, essentially, from the inside.
Yeah, you can do that. And,
The things
Alice.
the crazy mouse is seeing right now.
yeah, and he's never going to forget it.
Nope, never gonna forget it. Fuck.
Alice pulls away from him, and you hear her whisper as she fades into the darkness. And all of your souls now belong to me.
Damn.
All of your children are now mine. And the Archfey tries to fight back, and Cayenne, you feel less resistance as his power is being stripped away from him. Each of those souls knocking him down a notch that is no longer giving him power.
Now I got a quote. I was typing it out so I had a reference point to say to him as he's dying.
Yeah, go for it.
You've twisted the wilds to serve your greed and stole the innocence like it was yours to claim. The roots remember every scream and every soul torn. Every soul torn from the soil. They whisper their agony to me. Today, I answer them. You will return what you have taken, not as a ruler, but as nourishment for the earth you defiled.
Damn. Do you slam him onto the ground?
You'll shred him apart. Almost like how a certain clown had a lady upside down. Yeah.
As this carries on and you finish, Cayenne, you see this frail and weak archfey child trying to laying on his back, trying to crawl away from you. And Mongo, you see this too. This very weak, anemic fey that has lost everything now. And looking to each of you as you close in on him. Alice, not present, so to speak, but she is still there. What do each of you do as you see this child, as he looks towards each of you, soaked in the blood of its former visage?
I'm cognizant of this?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought I was going insane there. Okay.
If I remember right, the Archfey was originally the child of the pirate captain.
No, it took
Took
the
the
form of the pirate captain.
yeah,
Okay.
took the form of his son to basically
Yeah.
use as a weapon.
If anyone wants to ask him questions, I'm letting them go first.
Looking for those spikes that I had.
They're easy to find. You have them readily available.
Grab them, remake the scythe.
Okay. Angelo, Nikolai?
I am gonna go ahead and you know what? I think it's time for your revenge, Biddy. Kill.
No.
Well, but yeah, I'm gonna sick Biddy on them.
Biddy goes over and looks over at you, Mongo, as you say that. Just a toe?
That was yours.
That was yours.
Tags the
His
big toe
head
and starts
is
chewing on it.
mine.
But yeah, I'm gonna let Biddy have their revenge on this one.
Maniacally attacking the big toe. What about you, Nikolai?
Well, the big toe,
I don't know. I
to
mean,
paraphrase the movie.
he does have a vengeance to exact upon for Ace there a little bit. So, I'll guess he'll... Yeah, I guess he'll just, until he is destroyed or he runs out of consciousness, he's just going to be casting Produced Flame on him to just make sure he turns into fire, or turns into ash.
Alright, what about you, Cayenne?
She's making sure that this fucker does not move, because I don't know if Mongo had any questions to say to him or any final words before we deal with this, because if this is not the same child or someone of importance to like the pirate captain or anyone, then just going to serve justice essentially.
He's going to start with the Produced Flame on this creature's face, with the phrasing, something along the lines of, "Stop tormenting. You're no longer to torment anyone, especially those that you have stolen from, and remove that visage of your victims from your face, and just start burning him from the top down."
The kid starts screaming, and Mongo, do what you're gonna do.
Bring him up. Put him on his knees.
As he's on fire and screaming.
Yes.
And a little bat is hanging off his big toe.
Yeah.
That'd be,
And I'm just putting the business end of that scythe right into his fucking heart.
A black ichor oozes from his chest.
As he swings and is about to make contact, she was just a kid. As you were.
And you swing the scythe. You miss slightly because of the fire and the convulsing, but you do take the head off right above the molars.
That'll work.
Hmm.
And you hear behind you, Mongo, Hatter's voice. My dear boy, I do think you slightly missed.
His voice.
Next thing, all you see is just tendrils reaching down this neck hole, whatever you want to call this stump, and you just see part being lifted out. After you probably see some pretty sickening display of the body just flailing around as I'm trying to get it out, like, I don't need a lung,
Hey, I got that
I don't
reference.
need a rib.
No, that's kidney too low. Go back up a little bit.
You have acquired the heart, Cayenne. You just eliminate it. Remember the last time you ate a heart?
Yeah, I think I might actually crystallize it and actually return it to nature to repurpose it.
All right.
I think that would be a good idea to make some good of this absolutely terrible piece of shit.
All plants need carbon, right, sis?
As you do this, Cayenne, you get glimpses of things that nobody else gets glimpses of because of your current divine state. You see this thing has been around since possibly the very, very beginning, sampling the different species and their children, feeding off of them, narrowing down what it likes to eat, eventually settling on humans. Going amongst the humans on its own to feed off of them and lure them and especially steal children from their parents. You see that it evolved and eventually lost its ability at some point to cross over into the material realm to feed off of it. And that's when it created its shadow and Smiley to lure children to this realm where it was trapped. The strain of death and feasting on the most innocent and vulnerable children is some of its most favorite are orphans or those freshly orphaned, orchestrating ways to orphan children so that it had easier prey as you return this to the earth.
Can I remove the ringed finger of this thing?
Yeah, you can.
And I will do exactly that then. An offering for a ritual later.
But you get
You're trying to smoke the finger like one of your cigars, aren't you?
a overview of the history of this thing as you return to your human-like, your satyr-like state after doing your ritual of turning this into a beautiful, crystalline tree. A reminder of something of beauty from something of darkness. A home for future fairies.
Do rosebush.
Yeah. You do a rosebush tree.
Which is a real thing.
Mhm.
There's one in
Mhm.
Arizona, I think. I think it's Tombstone, if I remember correctly.
From dumbass trees to archfey trees, Cayenne leaves a forest in her wake.
You can see Alice's group just kind of like assessing the damage, and the hare looks over and says, "Oh, we have to clean up so we can have tea time."
Hmm.
And
Who's hurt?
over the course of the next few hours, each of you are approached by these shadow children, saying thank you as they pass on to the afterlife. Realizing your divine state and the other side is going to be very busy for a while sorting out children.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sis, but
I am perfectly fine taking points of exhaustion because of this. I'm perfectly fine with that. Because a lot happened.
Mongo, the
Yes.
Feely folk munchkin, she approaches you and she's like, "Hi."
Sorry.
"I don't know what for. You're not the one that killed me."
Didn't hear that?
"Well,
Could you repeat that?
He didn't hear you.
oh, you're not the one that killed me."
Still.
Are you not hearing Melina at all?
No, I heard
Oh,
what she
Yeah,
said.
he's
That
just
was my
responding.
reaction.
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You're the second. Oh.
I didn't realize I would be free someday. I'm glad I get to cross over. Thank you. Oh, if you're ever in West Haven, say hi to my folks for me.
Get out some paper.
And they head off and fade into nothing, much like the other children.
I was going to get paper to write down the names.
She didn't give you the name, she just told you where to go.
Oh, shit.
Well, shit. A place called West Haven. Does it even still exist? How long ago was this?
So, the most bizarre thing that stands out to each of you is how Alice's group immediately just kind of dismisses the trauma and horror that they just went through and just instantly get back to cheering tea party. Hatter going back to his less diabolical form, and the others kind of just approaching where they normally sit and going back to having tea.
Where is Alice at this time?
She's not present.
Nikolai is actually going to go over to Hatter. I think you have a close bond with Alice, right?
He looks at you. I would certainly hope so.
Do you know where she is so I can apologize?
I'm sure she's around, and she'll come around and be around eventually.
She said she needed help, and that was the best thing I could think of. I had suspicions.
We all have our suspicions. It's just a little more suspicious than others. But maybe your suspicious nature of the suspicion was just slightly a little auspicious.
Cute.
Perhaps you should just enjoy the camp and take a load off and relax. It seems you've been through a harrowing event and, well, weathered the storm. I think you've earned to go about.
Well, my job for the day isn't done yet. I gotta put my buddy back together.
You go to find Ace and he sticks his thumb up. He's like, from the laying on the ground.
Hey! What? Wait, he's in one piece now? How'd this happen? When this happened?
I mean, he was in the presence of two gods at the same time. That basically, were just like, no to
Buddy!
everything that happened.
You're back in one piece!
And he just pats you and he's like, stop, everything hurts.
I can imagine so. Go over them with make sure everything's like good and shiny and bright and pamper him a little bit.
What are you doing, Cayenne, now that everything is calm? And you're working on ferrying children to the other side.
I'm trying to get a breather where I can. While, well, get a breather where I can in the meantime of just watching the camp and see where everyone's going and doing.
Angela, you have 4 points of exhaustion right now from the endeavor you've been through.
That is more than understandable. I am taking time with Biddy to round up the fallen the other bats, to give them a proper, I guess, like a pyre to console Biddy and yeah.
Biddy is wearing a black veil and trying to hide the tears.
Give them little hats, and they did well. They will not be forgotten.
Till the next time you cast that spell. Sorry.
What about you, Mongo? What are you doing after you write down the information?
Yeah. I don't know if there's anything I can do to help Cayenne.
She's a little busy with God things at the moment.
Yeah. Did the circle that Mongo wrote, that probably needs to get taken care of, huh?
Yeah.
Mongo feel he's capable of doing that without pissing off his sister?
No.
Or is this best wait for the other sister, who's currently busy?
You really don't know.
Okay, that sounds like I should wait. Oh, just gonna put the spikes in a special spot. That way he can try try to respectfully get rid of them.
And you could bury him at the foot of the tree that Cayenne made.
Yeah, that'll work.
So
Yeah,
time passes, and
Yeah, bury him there. Pray to ceiling cat.
roll that religion.
Apologize. That's a whole 10.
Yada yada, words, words, words. You get the point across.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, Chad is right.
What's that?
That it would make most sense for them to be buried there. Legends usually end with the blade that slew the monster being placed at the foot of the burial space of the monster in case it rises again. Cayenne, you take a moment for yourself and you go inside and you sit down in one of the plush chairs. Just to take a load off for a little bit. And you hear a voice sitting across from you, and Alice is like, "Did you get your revenge?"
I got to avenge everyone that was wronged by him. The stuff that he did was absolutely heinous. No person should have ever had to endure what he did. Myself included. He wanted to make me this obscene puppet. I still remember that day as if it happened, like, not even last night. It feels like I could blink and just be back there again.
She looks over to you. From the lands that you are at, they don't have something called an asylum, do they? A madhouse?
I haven't seen any of the sort. We don't really keep anyone locked away for any reason unless they've committed a crime. And in most cases, if they've committed a crime, they're usually dealt with the same day unless a trial is needed.
She looks over to you, and she's not that divine form anymore. She's back to that innocent looking self with the same scars and odd sort of beauty to her. In the lands that I came from, they locked me in such a place, an asylum. I've seen you look upon me and the marks that I wear. I don't know what is beyond what you did to me, and I take what I take to keep that monster locked away.
My brother did what he did because he believed it would have helped. He thought that whatever substance you might have been taking, it was affecting you. It might have been like poison, which the dosage of what you are taking is considered fatal. So he's technically right. So he was trying to counteract the effects to see if it would help. And just as I suspected when I knew what you were taking, just as I suspected, it's a medication you take to mitigate a side you don't want to see. It gives you a sense of normalcy, so to speak.
I suppose you can say that. It's a coping mechanism that I keep in tow from the asylum. They did horrendous, many things to me to test my boundaries of survival. In surprise, each one, I returned amongst those that walked. Sometimes slower than others, but yet I returned and I had no explanation for it.
Well, you don't have to worry about that now.
I fear whatever that other thing is and what it is capable of. I don't even know what it is referred to. Demon, monster, beast, a delusion.
So, this is the player asking. Essentially, Alice is the deity of madness, essentially.
She is, but she doesn't know what a god is.
Okay.
She's from a
Well,
different
that's
world.
going to be a fun... How am I going to explain that to her in the easiest way?
By the way, gods are
That-
real.
That would be like trying to get... That would be like getting Charles Manson to trust the government. Legit, it would. That's the only comparison that I had that popped into my brain first thing. I was like, what example can I use right now?
Mongo
Yes?
and Nikolai, can you
Yeah.
both roll stealth for me?
Stealth. Okay. That's not very good.
Well, you'd still have advantage because of the various buffs.
Oh, okay.
But with advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Modify
16.
20?
Both of you come into the library area where Alice and your sister are, and you hear like the last portion of the conversation, but keeping very quiet, not noticed by either of them as they're in a kind of an intense conversation.
I mean, we see each other. We walk in there together, or
You guys were coming in together
okay.
to probably study the library that
Yeah,
he has.
yeah. Or Mongo whisper could just flat out tell her that she's a god. Sometimes you just gotta rip off the band-aid, right?
Yeah, but you really want to rip the band-aid off of madness?
Nikolai is saying that to Mongo.
Let's give him a minute.
Okay.
Head back out.
Yeah, alright.
You go back out and you hear the sheer whimsy that's going on at the tea table as the Hatter is working with the others to produce some sort of celebration tea, suggestions being tossed around.
Mhm.
You hear The hare is like, I have these mushrooms. They have spots on them. They change colors, and I ate one earlier, and I don't remember feeling my legs anymore. Perhaps we can add this to the tea.
Guys, what are you trying to accomplish with these concoctions?
The hatter looks over. Oh, it's the best tea that we can possibly ever produce. But there has to be a tea for each moment, because each moment has to be celebrated differently, so it leads to a strange kind of norm of having to find the right tea for every single moment of excitement. How do you put a tea to excitement? That's the question.
But are you sure that mushroom's safe?
There's only one way to find out, and that is to consume it.
I think there might be some better ways to do that. Like, have you ever seen any animal eat them?
The hare looks over. Well, obviously, hare just ate one, so obviously a creature has eaten one. And you're looking over Mongo, and you're like, the hare is a teddy bear. It is a stuffed rabbit toy.
um,
Now, this is something that's become somewhat of a tradition with us. I'm gonna try to knock together something for him to drink.
All right. Roll it. What are you doing, Cayenne, with your situation?
Cayenne's gonna try to find a way to calmly explain to her what she is.
She just looks at you like a stone-faced serial killer, listening to the words you're saying.
I know it sounds like just completely preposterous, unhinged, and makes absolutely no sense, but it is in fact truth.
And if there is truth in this oddness, what do you suppose that I do about it?
Well, seeing as you're pretty new to all this, I would definitely recommend at least learning a bit more about what you should do, essentially. Because I don't have experience with what your domain would be. See, for example, so like to give you a good example, like you know how in each occupation, each person has a specific job that does a specific thing.
Correct.
The same thing goes for gods and goddesses. So, for example, you would have a god that has the domain over nature and fertility, But you can also have another nature god, but they are also over essentially a nature god of life and death.
Oh.
Multiple deities can dwell within the same domain, essentially. But you have your own, like, specific callings. Yours happens to be madness, which is actually very powerful. More powerful than you realize.
Actually, can I do it? Deity logic. And you would have the same advantages as everyone else.
I will see if I can get higher than this. I doubt it. And I almost did. But with a, with advantages of 23. I rolled a 19 and then I almost rolled a natural 20.
Oh damn.
Nice.
Yeah.
As you pause for a moment, you think about the situation and you realize that her group, and despite the ill term, that they're essentially her thralls. That her madness and her abilities are what keeps them preserved and immortal and alive. But they're also subject to, well, her madness.
No, you
On
don't
top
say.
of their already mental issues.
Yeah.
That despite as well as she keeps it contained, that it seeps out and still controls things around her and invokes things around her.
So basically, she would be able to mitigate it by using things like opium, laudanum, and basically any kind of sedative type syrupy medication they would have given in Victorian era asylums.
Yep.
Got it.
Sounds about
And-
right.
You also realize that if it wasn't for her abilities, that her entire party out there would not exist or be alive.
I would definitely be relaying all of this to her.
She looks over at you and clenches her jaw a little bit. She's like, "Ma'am, I'm trying to understand what you are saying to me, but in no way do I control those individuals. They're of their own mind."
Oh, I do not want to show her that she's wrong. God, I really don't want to show her that
They
she's
may
wrong.
be, they may be of their own mind, but it's completely corrupted by yours.
May in fact be true, but the only reason they draw breath is because of you. If any connections that you have with them, because of your abilities, they would cease to exist at this very moment.
She stands up and she looks over at you. So, I'm no better than the person that we just killed, enslaving people.
Not what I'm saying. So, while you do have the ability to influence madness and the things that happen around you, you can also control that. Remove it, distort it, you can alter things.
I just saw Tom teleport like a 1990s music video. Let's
This
cease
is-
this conversation for the evening. and celebrate the victory that we have.
Absolutely. It's a lot to take in.
Let's go make sure that your party is not partaking in the tea of the Hatter.
That's a good idea, you know?
Mongo, what'd you get on your mixology?
That would be a whole 9. Modified.
It's drinkable. Is it good? Not really.
Been through a lot.
Yeah, Angelo, what do you do for the evening as the evening encroaches on the group?
I'm probably gonna be seated with the group. I probably would have given one of my blood vials to Biddy as like a little thing to help keep them consoled and happy.
They're
Let them
actually not
chill.
they currently have a string tied around the toe, using that as a chew toy and a play toy.
Ah, well then, I'll just go ahead and keep them there, but I'll be sitting with the group reading from my grimoire. But I'll be listening in on the conversations.
I need you to make a will save. At disadvantage.
Fun. Okay. It's gonna be a 16.
As you're reading from your grimoire and maintaining your link to your Dark Lord and your master, you do feel the pull of a new master, this strange Alice that you've come in contact with. The pull of her abilities. You're able to resist it, but the temptation is there.
Hmm.
And it's a scary thought to you. You've never felt something like this, a crossroads of two different things pulling at you.
Do I notice Alice and Kyan approaching?
Yeah.
Alright. I'll go ahead and give a wave to Kyan. Looking to Alice. And, you've many very interesting little secrets, don't you? That was impressive.
You see someone that's been absent from all of this, and the familiar Cheshire jump onto the table and walk across it. And comes over and lays down next to Alice. And the cat looks directly over at you as the smoky stripes come off it. And they're her secrets to keep.
Go ahead and continue reading my grimoire. Probably reading it to Biddy.
Oh God, I'm just picturing like a storybook with pictures. Like a kid's children's book. Kyan, this one you don't even need to roll on. You realize that the Cheshire is essentially her divine beast. Like, you have yours. And,
Figured. Basically, her familiar of sorts.
yeah.
Her holy familiar.
Yeah.
Holy companion.
And eventually meal is served and drinks are had, and the night starts to and the night carries on with happiness overriding the somber. In the next few days, the party can look forward to spending time with the individuals of the Broken Mirror group. And that's where we will call it for the night.
I was just about to ask, whatever happened to the Lost Boys?
That's a good question, and I overlooked it. they got to come back, and they're rather distraught because of the magic being broken, and then mildly being exposed to Alice's abilities. So they're at the table, and they're just kind of like actual poor little kids sitting at the table, not knowing what is really going on. Their entire world has been turned upside down, essentially.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to cope with the fact that they've murdered people and not realizing that it was real.
Alrighty then.
So, we'll jump into the post-mortem. How about you, Cayenne?
There was a lot. Being able to, well, for starters, this motherfucking Archfey fucking around and finding out after he decided he wanted to split Cayenne's belly open, going back to fucking starting point where Smiley was, pissing him off by breaking shit. Nikolai inadvertently fucking up and basically opening the portal to hell.
Hey, no one said don't do it.
I didn't know how it was gonna affect because lithium is a medicine, not a poison. So I thought it wasn't gonna work at all.
Yeah, to a god, it is poison. And
Yeah.
you guys now actually know that.
Finding out that Alice is a goddess, that was kind of a guess. Once Nikolai did what he did, I was like, oh shit. And now, knowing more about the medication, why she was taking it, I knew she took it for a reason, but I didn't know how deep that reason was.
At least you have something you can share with your sister there if you guys just want to take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You ever need a day off?
just being able to go ham on Han/Rooster/Smiley. Smiley Rooster Pan. There.
He does have an actual Bay name, but I will share that like in the Discord.
We have remnants that do an identify on, which I think we probably would do.
I'm just glad that we were able to put him to rest and then being able to put some use to some of his bad.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of healing, especially with the Lost Boys.
Oh, yeah.
But there are solutions for that could come up in future sessions.
Mm-hmm.
This wasn't spoken during the session, but because I didn't think of it then. But Nikolai would have been looking for gold to see if he's still alive. You know, when the souls were released, just so he knew what he needed to do next.
What about you, Mongo?
Good thing is, bastard's dead. Now he's going to go to West Haven and kind of tell the parents, oops, Came up with a plan, didn't quite get the result that I wanted, but I pulled the trigger on it a little too soon.
Good lord, cat. What the hell, dude?
Sorry, Cheese failed to climb up on the.
He was climbing up, not falling off. Okay.
Yeah, he tried to jump up there and he failed epically because he's a fat ass.
Here, buddy.
Anyway, go ahead, Tom.
Oh, seeing a couple of gods go at it, that was pretty awesome. Yeah, this whole session was like really fucking heavy. There's a lot of really good points.
What about you, Manny?
Seeing Alice being unleashed with the madness was pretty great. The team coming together, working together to take down the enemy was also pretty cool. A funny moment, actually. Come, my minions! Oh shit, they're dead. Arise, my minions! It was honestly a pretty awesome session. That was a rough combat. And
dude, if I didn't roll like shit, that combat would have been a lot rougher for you guys.
God, yeah.
And getting to put some of my things to test here was pretty cool. The major detriment here is that almost everything Angelo does is necrotic, so it's like, well, shit, he's immune to like 80% of what I can do. Uh-oh. I guess I'm playing support. But no, it was actually pretty awesome. I think this was a good session, and learning a little bit more about Alice is always cool whenever there's lore added into the world. And it's going to be interesting to see how things play out with the Lost Boys. And much like with Nate, I'm curious to know what happened to Gold.
Getting him out of the trance was funny too.
What about you, Nate?
The little hallucination thing was kind of fun to just figure out like how the hell to get through that. That was kind of cool.
Each of you had your own way of doing
this. except Angelo, he just had to get his nuts racked. No, I think I know what would have worked for Angelo if I was playing that character, but let's say that for a different time. That was So the coolest thing to me was the funnest thing to me was figuring out how to get out of that hallucination or illusion, and just going ahead and releasing the powers of the goddess of madness in his own presence, and then going mad because of it. That was great. Go figure. Who would have thought?
I mean, it's a very different kind of god that you haven't dealt with yet.
So hopefully she'll forgive Nikolai for that. That seemed like the best solution at the moment. Because everybody was fucked. So yeah, that was kind of cool. seeing Alice's crew in action there. It was pretty cool. So yeah, that was fun. You know, then the best thing was realizing that Ace was all put back together. That was great.
You can thank Cayenne for that and for divine form.
Thank you, Kaya. What about you, GM?
Despite my shitty rolls, I love the combat. I love watching you guys actually just succeed. It's great. Makes me happy. And the lore stuff is great, and seeing you guys each basically separated and having to work your way through figuring out how to wake up from the Archfae's abilities. The fact that they're using really powerful illusions to control you guys. Cayenne getting to be an adult and be like, well, we're gonna have the birds and bees talks about you. You are not normal.
You are not just a crazy person.
You are the crazy person.
You are the mother to all
Crazy.
crazy. people. You are the mother of crazy.
Mongo getting to have his revenge. Cayenne finally getting to get closure. As many death glares that I've gotten from her tonight over the situations that came up. And yeah, getting to see Angelo get to play a bit more and deal with some new conflicts. Good stuff. Like Mayor said earlier, a lot of really good moments in the session that all kind of pile up very quickly.
Yeah.
Creativity during combat, the creativity during puzzles, the lore, just the character interactions.
It's going to be
So-
very interesting for Scaver to learn about some of the new gods that people are encountering that he's not there to know about.
Wait, you guys got to go insane from a god and I wasn't there? I'm so jealous, guys.
Man, I'm
I
thinking
got-
like
I got-
how.
I got to be a mother to someone learning their god. The fuck, dude.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here thinking just how differently that would have played out if Scav was present for this.
Uh,
Oh boy.
he would have been impaled by a new tree called a fey tree.
Probably, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
He would have been a very, very, very very squeaky toy for a certain shadowy person.
We probably might not have ever been caught in an illusion. He's immune to illusions and charms, and he gives that to his allies nearby.
Cayenne is
So-
fairly immune to those, and she was also trapped. It's also an ancient archfey.
That is true. She's
Here
also
since the beginning.
really good at dealing with Fae.
Yeah,
Angela
Cayenne
is
got to learn
not.
about some of the actual history of this jackass.
It's pretty crazy.
I'm gonna have to do this again in 27 years.
Wow.
Hi hat from the corner there.
So, this was an awesome session. Thank you, DM.
Yeah. Let's say goodnight, everyone. I do want to bug you guys a little bit post-mortem. Cayenne, you can head off.
All right. Good night, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
You already know the drill. Like, comment, subscribe, join our Discord, share us with the world, and
Hey,
you all have a
sweet
good night.
Holy smokes. Sorry.
Good night, everyone.